Dear Dick, about a fortnight is now elapsed since we left the capital of Scotland, directing our course towards Stirling, where we lay. The castle of this place is such another as that of Edinburgh, and affords a surprising prospect of the windings of the river Forth, which are so extraordinary, that the distance from hence to Alloa by land is but 40 miles, and by water it is 24. Alloa is a neat thriving town, that depends in a great measure on the commerce of Glasgow, the merchants of which send hither tobacco and other articles to be deposited in warehouses for exportation from the Frith of Forth. In our way hither we visited a flourishing ironwork, where, instead of burning wood, they use coal, which they have the art of clearing in such a manner as frees it from the sulphur that would otherwise render the metal too brittle for working. Excellent coal is found in almost every part of Scotland. The soil of this district produces scarce any other grain but oats, lid barley; perhaps because it is poorly cultivated, and almost altogether unenclosed. The few inclosures they have consist of paltry walls of loose stones gathered from the fields, which indeed they cover, as if they had been scattered on purpose. When I expressed my surprise that the peasants did not disencumber their grounds of these stones, a gentleman, well acquainted with the theory as well as practice of farming, assured me that the stones, far from being prejudicial, were serviceable to the crop. This philosopher had ordered a field of his own to be cleared, manured, and sown with barley, and the produce was more scanty than before. He caused the stones to be replaced, and next year the crop was as good as ever. The stones were removed a second time, and the harvest failed. They were again brought back, and the ground retrieved its fertility. The same experiment has been tried in different parts of Scotland with the same success. Astonished at this information, I desired to know in what manner he accounted for this strange phenomenon; and he said there were 3 ways in which the stones might be serviceable. They might possibly restrain an excess in the perspiration of the earth, analogous to colliquative sweats, by which the human body is sometimes wasted and consumed. They might act as so many fences to protect the tender blade from the piercing winds of the spring; or, by multiplying the reflection of the sun, they might increase the warmth, so as to mitigate the natural chillness of the soil and climate. But surely this excessive perspiration might be more effectually checked by different kinds of manure, such as ashes, lime, chalk, or marl, of which last, it seems, there are many pits in this kingdom. As for the warmth, it would be much more equally obtained by inclosures. The cultivation would require less labour, and the ploughs, harrows, and horses would not suffer half the damage which they now sustain. These northwestern parts are by no means fertile in corn. The ground is naturally barren and moorish. The peasants are poorly lodged, meagre in their looks, mean in their apparel, and remarkably dirty. This last reproach they might easily wash off, by means of those lakes, rivers, and rivulets of pure water, with which they are so liberally supplied by nature. Agriculture cannot be expected to flourish where the farms are small, the leases short, and the husbandman begins upon a rack rent, without a sufficient stock to answer the purposes of improvement. The granaries of Scotland are the banks of the Tweed, the counties of East and Mid Lothian, the Carse of Gowrie in Perthshire, equal in fertility to any part of England, and some tracts in Aberdeenshire and Murray, where I am told the harvest is more early than in Northumberland, although they lie above 2 degrees farther north. I have a strong curiosity to visit many places beyond the Forth and the Tay, such as Perth, Dundee, Montrose, and Aberdeen, which are towns equally elegant and thriving, but the season is too far advanced to admit of this addition to my original plan. I am so far happy as to have seen Glasgow, which, to the best of my recollection and judgment, is one of the prettiest towns in Europe, and without all doubt it is one of the most flourishing in Great Britain. In short, it is a perfect beehive in point of industry. It stands partly on a gentle declivity, but the greatest part of it is in a plain, watered by the river Clyde. The streets are straight, open, airy, and well paved, and the houses lofty and well built of hewn stone. At the upper end of the town there is a venerable cathedral, that may be compared with York Minster or Westminster; and, about the middle of the descent from this to the cross, is the college, a respectable pile of building, with all manner of accommodation for the professors and students, including an elegant library, and an observatory well provided with astronomical instruments. The number of inhabitants is said to amount to 30,000, and marks of opulence and independency appear in every quarter of this commercial city, which, however, is not without its inconveniences and defects. The water of their public pumps is generally hard and brackish, an imperfection the less excusable as the river Clyde runs by their doors in the lower part of the town, and there are rivulets and springs above the cathedral sufficient to fill a large reservoir with excellent water, which might be thence distributed to all the different parts of the city. It is of more consequence to consult the health of the inhabitants in this article than to employ so much attention in beautifying their town with new streets, squares, and churches. Another defect, not so easily remedied, is the shallowness of the river, which will not float vessels of any burthen within 10 or 12 miles of the city, so that the merchants are obliged to load and unload their ships at Greenock and Port Glasgow, situated about 14 miles nearer the mouth of the Frith, where it is about 2 miles broad. The people of Glasgow have a noble spirit of enterprise. Mr. Moore, a surgeon to whom I was recommended from Edinburgh, introduced me to all the principal merchants of the place. Here I became acquainted with Mr. Cochrane, who may be styled one of the sages of this kingdom. He was first magistrate at the time of the last rebellion. I sat as member when he was examined in the House of Commons, upon which occasion Mr. P. observed he had never heard such a sensible evidence given at that bar. I was also introduced to Dr. John Gordon, a patriot of a truly Roman spirit, who is the father of the linen manufacture in this place, and was the great promoter of the city workhouse, infirmary, and other works of public utility. Had he lived in ancient Rome, he would have been honoured with a statue at the public expense. I moreover conversed with one Mr. G. Blake, SSF D., whom I take to be one of the greatest merchants in Europe. In the last war, he is said to have had at one time 25 ships with their cargoes his own property, and to have traded for above £500,000 sterling a year. The last war was a fortunate period for the commerce of Glasgow. The merchants, considering that their ships bound for America, launching out at once into the Atlantic by the north of Ireland, pursued a track very little frequented by privateers, resolved to insure one another, and saved a very considerable sum by this resolution, as few or none of their ships were taken. You must know I have a sort of national attachment to this part of Scotland. The great church dedicated to St. Munga, the river Clyde, and other particulars that smack of our Welsh language and customs, contribute to flatter me with the notion that these people are the descendants of the Britons who once possessed this country. Without all question, this was a Cumbrian kingdom. Its capital was Dumbarton, a corruption of Dunbritton, which still exists as a royal borough at the influx of the Clyde and Leven, 10 miles below Glasgow. The same neighbourhood gave birth to St. Patrick, the apostle of Ireland, at a place where there is still a church and village, which retain his name. Hard by are some vestiges of the famous Roman wall, built in the reign of Antonine, from the Clyde to the Forth, and fortified with castles to restrain the incursions of the Scots or Caledonians, who inhabited the West Highlands. In a line parallel to this wall, the merchants of Glasgow have determined to make a navigable canal betwixt the two firths, which will be of incredible advantage to their commerce in transporting merchandise from one side of the island to the other. From Glasgow we travelled along the Clyde, which is a delightful stream, adorned on both sides with villas, towns, and villages. Here is no want of groves and meadows and cornfields interspersed, but on this side of Glasgow there is little other grain than oats and barley. The first are much better, the last much worse than those of the same species in England. I wonder there is so little rye, which is a grain that will thrive in almost any soil, and it is still more surprising that the cultivation of potatoes should be so much neglected in the Highlands, where the poor people have not meal enough to supply them with bread through the winter. On the other side of the river are the towns of Paisley and Renfrew. The first, from an inconsiderable village, is become one of the most flourishing places of the kingdom, enriched by the linen, cambric, flowered lawn, and silk manufactures. It was formerly noted for a rich monastery of the monks of Clugny, who wrote the famous Scotty Chronicon called the Black Book of Paisley. The old abbey still remains, converted into a dwelling house belonging to the Earl of Dundonald. Renfrew is a pretty town on the banks of Clyde, capital of the shire, which was heretofore the patrimony of the Stuart family, and gave the title of Baron to the King's eldest son, which is still assumed by the Prince of Wales. The Clyde we left a little on our left hand at Dunbritton, where it widens into an estuary or frith, being augmented by the influx of the Leven. On this spot stands the castle, formerly called a Clwyd, washed by these two rivers on all sides, except a narrow isthmus, which at every spring tide is overflowed. The whole is a great curiosity, from the quality and form of the rock, as well as from the nature of its situation. We now crossed the water of Leven, which, though nothing near so considerable as the Clyde, is much more transparent, pastoral, and delightful. This charming stream is the outlet of Loch Lomond, and through a tract of 4 miles pursues its winding course, murmuring over a bed of pebbles, till it joins the frith at Dunbritton. A very little above its source, on the lake, stands the house of Cameron, belonging to Mr. Smollett, so embosomed in an oak wood that we did not see it till we were within 50 yards of the door. I have seen the Lago di Garda, Albano, de Vico, Bolsena, and Geneva, and, upon my honour, I prefer Loch Lomond to them all, a preference which is certainly owing to the verdant islands that seem to float upon its surface, affording the most enchanting objects of repose to the excursive view. Nor are the banks destitute of beauties which even partake of the sublime. On this side they display a sweet variety of woodland, cornfield, and pasture, with several agreeable villas emerging, as it were, out of the lake, till at some distance the prospect terminates in huge mountains covered with heath, which, being in the bloom, affords a very rich covering of purple. Every thing here is romantic beyond imagination. This country is justly styled the Arcadia of Scotland, and I don't doubt but it may vie with Arcadia in every thing but climate. I am sure it excels it in verdure, wood, and water. What say you to a natural basin of pure water, near 30 miles long, and in some places 7 miles broad, and in many above 100 fathom deep, having 24 habitable islands, some of them stocked with deer, and all of them covered with wood, containing immense quantities of delicious fish, salmon, pike, trout, perch, flounders, eels, and powans, the last a delicate kind of fresh water herring peculiar to this lake, and finally communicating with the sea by sending off the Leven, through which all those species, except the powan, make their exit and entrance occasionally. Enclosed, I send you the copy of a little ode to this river, by Dr. Smollett, who was born on the banks of it, within 2 miles of the place where I am now writing. It is at least picturesque and accurately descriptive, if it has no other merit. There is an idea of truth in an agreeable landscape taken from nature, which pleases me more than the gayest fiction which the most luxuriant fancy can display. I have other remarks to make, but as my paper is full, I must reserve them till the next occasion. I shall only observe at present that I am determined to penetrate at least 40 miles into the Highlands, which now appear like a vast fantastic vision in the clouds, inviting the approach of yours always, Matt Bramble, Cameron, August 28. Ode to Leven water. On Leven's banks, while free to rove, and tune the rural pipe to love, I envied not the happiest swain that ever trod the Arcadian plain. Pure stream, in whose transparent wave my youthful limbs I want to lave, no torrents stain thy limpid source, no rocks impede thy dimpling course, that sweetly warbles o'er its bed, with white, round, polished pebbles spread, while lightly poised, the scaly brood in myriads cleave thy crystal flood. The springing trout in speckled pride, the salmon, monarch of the tide, the ruthless pike, intent on war, the silver eel, and mottled parr. Devolving from thy parent lake, a charming maze thy waters make, by bowers of birch and groves of pine, and hedges flowered with eglantine. Still on thy banks, so gaily green, may numerous herds and flocks be seen, and lasses chanting o'er the pale, and shepherds piping in the dale, and ancient faith that knows no guile, and industry embrowned with toil, and hearts resolved and hands prepared, the blessings they enjoy to guard. The parr is a small fish, not unlike the smelt, which it rivals in delicacy and flavour. End of Section 60. The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 61. To Dr. Lewis. Dear Doctor, if I was disposed to be critical, I should say this house of Cameron is too near the lake, which approaches on one side to within 6 or 7 yards of the window. It might have been placed in a higher site, which would have afforded a more extensive prospect and a drier atmosphere. But this imperfection is not chargeable on the present proprietor, who purchased it ready built, rather than be at the trouble of repairing his own family house of Bonhill, which stands 2 miles from hence on the Leven, so surrounded with plantation that it used to be known by the name of the Mavis, or Thrush Nest. Above that house is a romantic glen or clift of a mountain, covered with hanging woods, having at bottom a stream of fine water that forms a number of cascades in its descent to join the Leven, so that the scene is quite enchanting. A captain of a man of war, who had made the circuit of the globe with Mr. Anson, being conducted to this glen, exclaimed, "Juan Fernandez, by God!" Indeed, this country would be a perfect paradise, if it was not, like Wales, cursed with a weeping climate, owing to the same cause in both, the neighbourhood of high mountains, and a westerly situation, exposed to the vapours of the Atlantic Ocean. This air, however, notwithstanding its humidity, is so healthy, that the natives are scarce ever visited by any other disease than the small pox, and certain cutaneous evils, which are the effects of dirty living, the great and general reproach of the commonalty of this kingdom. Here are a great many living monuments of longevity, and among the rest a person, whom I treat with singular respect, as a venerable Druid, who has lived near 90 years, without pain or sickness, among oaks of his own planting. He was once proprietor of these lands, but being of a projecting spirit, some of his schemes miscarried, and he was obliged to part with his possession, which hath shifted hands 2 or 3 times since that period, but every succeeding proprietor hath done every thing in his power to make his old age easy and comfortable. He has a sufficiency to procure the necessaries of life, and he and his old woman reside in a small convenient farmhouse, having a little garden, which he cultivates with his own hands. This ancient couple live in great health, peace, and harmony, and knowing no wants, enjoy the perfection of content. Mr. Smollett calls him the Admiral, because he insists upon steering his pleasure boat upon the lake, and he spends most of his time in ranging through the woods, which he declares he enjoys as much as if they were still his own property. I asked him the other day if he was never sick, and he answered, "Yes, he had a slight fever the year before the Union." If he was not deaf, I should take much pleasure in his conversation, for he is very intelligent, and his memory is surprisingly retentive. These are the happy effects of temperance, exercise, and good nature. Notwithstanding all his innocence, however, he was the cause of great perturbation to my man Clinker, whose natural superstition has been much injured by the histories of witches, fairies, ghosts, and goblins, which he has heard in this country. On the evening after our arrival, Humphry strolled into the wood, in the course of his meditation, and all at once the Admiral stood before him under the shadow of a spreading oak. Though the fellow is far from being timorous in cases that are not supposed preternatural, he could not stand the sight of this apparition, but ran into the kitchen with his hair standing on end, staring wildly, and deprived of utterance. Mrs. Jenkins, seeing him in this condition, screamed aloud, "Lord have mercy upon us, he has seen something." Mrs. Tabitha was alarmed, and the whole house in confusion. When he was recruited with a dram, I desired him to explain the meaning of all this agitation, and with some reluctance he owned he had seen a spirit, in the shape of an old man with a white beard, a black cap, and a plaid nightgown. He was undeceived by the Admiral in person, who, coming in at this juncture, appeared to be a creature of real flesh and blood. Do you know how we fare in this Scottish paradise? We make free with our landlord's mutton, which is excellent, his poultry yard, his garden, his dairy, and his cellar, which are all well stored. We have delicious salmon, pike, trout, perch, parr, and sea at the door for the taking. The Frith of Clyde, on the other side of the hill, supplies us with mullet, red and grey, cod, mackerel, whiting, and a variety of sea fish, including the finest fresh herrings I ever tasted. We have sweet juicy beef and tolerable veal, with delicate bread from the little town of Dunbritton, and plenty of partridge, grouse, heathcock, and other game in presents. We have been visited by all the gentlemen in the neighbourhood, and they have entertained us at their houses, not barely with hospitality, but with such marks of cordial affection as one would wish to find among near relations after an absence of many years. I told you in my last I had projected an excursion to the Highlands, which project I have now happily executed, under the auspices of Sir George Colquhoun, a colonel in the Dutch service, who offered himself as our conductor on this occasion. Leaving our women at Cameron to the care and inspection of Lady H.C., we set out on horseback for Inverary, the county town of Argyle, and dined on the road with the Laird of Macfarlane, the greatest genealogist I ever knew in any country, and perfectly acquainted with all the antiquities of Scotland. The Duke of Argyle has an old castle in Inverary, where he resides when he is in Scotland, and hard by is the shell of a noble Gothic palace, built by the last Duke, which, when finished, will be a great ornament to this part of the Highlands. As for Inverary, it is a place of very little importance. This country is amazingly wild, especially towards the mountains, which are heaped upon the backs of one another, making a most stupendous appearance of savage nature, with hardly any signs of cultivation, or even of population. All is sublimity, silence, and solitude. The people live together in glens or bottoms, where they are sheltered from the cold and storms of winter, but there is a margin of plain ground spread along the sea-side, which is well inhabited and improved by the arts of husbandry, and this I take to be one of the most agreeable tracts of the whole island. The sea not only keeps it warm and supplies it with fish, but affords one of the most ravishing prospects in the whole world. I mean the appearance of the Hebrides, or western islands, to the number of 300, scattered as far as the eye can reach, in the most agreeable confusion. As the soil and climate of the Highlands are but ill adapted to the cultivation of corn, the people apply themselves chiefly to the breeding and feeding of black cattle, which turn to good account. Those animals run wild all the winter, without any shelter or subsistence but what they can find among the heath. When the snow lies so deep and hard that they cannot penetrate to the roots of the grass, they make a diurnal progress, guided by a sure instinct, to the seaside at low water, where they feed on the alga marina and other plants that grow upon the beach. Perhaps this branch of husbandry, which required very little attendance and labour, is one of the principal causes of that idleness and want of industry which distinguishes these mountaineers in their own country. When they come forth into the world, they become as diligent and alert as any people upon earth. They are undoubtedly a very distinct species from their fellow subjects of the lowlands, against whom they indulge an ancient spirit of animosity, and this difference is very discernible even among persons of family and education. The Lowlanders are generally cool and circumspect, the Highlanders fiery and ferocious. But this violence of their passions serves only to inflame the zeal of their devotion to strangers, which is truly enthusiastic. We proceeded about 20 miles beyond Inverary to the house of a gentleman, a friend of our conductor, where we stayed a few days, and were feasted in such a manner that I began to dread the consequence to my constitution. Notwithstanding the solitude that prevails among these mountains, there is no want of people in the Highlands. I am credibly informed that the Duke of Argyle can assemble 5,000 men in arms of his own clan and surname, which is Campbell, and there is besides a tribe of the same appellation, whose chief is the Earl of Breadalbane. The Macdonalds are as numerous and remarkably warlike. The Camerons, M'Leods, Frasers, Grants, Mackenzies, Mackays, Macphersons, M'Intoshes are powerful clans, so that if all the Highlanders, including the inhabitants of the Isles, were united, they could bring into the field an army of 40,000 fighting men, capable of undertaking the most dangerous enterprise. We have lived to see 4,000 of them, without discipline, throw the whole kingdom of Great Britain into confusion. They attacked and defeated 2 armies of regular troops accustomed to service. They penetrated into the centre of England, and afterwards marched back with deliberation in the face of 2 other armies through an enemy's country, where every precaution was taken to cut off their retreat. I know not any other people in Europe who, without the use or knowledge of arms, will attack regular forces sword in hand, if their chief will head them in battle. When disciplined, they cannot fail of being excellent soldiers. They do not walk like the generality of mankind, but trot and bounce like deer, as if they moved upon springs. They greatly excel the Lowlanders in all the exercises that require agility. They are incredibly abstemious, and patient of hunger and fatigue, so steeled against the weather, that in travelling, even when the ground is covered with snow, they never look for a house, or any other shelter but their plaid, in which they wrap themselves up and go to sleep under the cope of heaven. Such people, in quality of soldiers, must be invincible, when the business is to perform quick marches in a difficult country, to strike sudden strokes, beat up the enemy's quarters, harass their cavalry, and perform expeditions without the formality of magazines, baggage, forage, and artillery. The chieftainship of the Highlanders is a very dangerous influence, operating at the extremity of the island, where the eyes and hands of government cannot be supposed to see and act with precision and vigour. In order to break the force of clanship, administration has always practised the political maxim, divide et impera. The legislature hath not only disarmed these mountaineers, but also deprived them of their ancient garb, which contributed in a great measure to keep up their military spirit, and their slavish tenures are all dissolved by act of parliament, so that they are at present as free and independent of their chiefs as the law can make them. But the original attachment still remains, and is founded on something prior to the feudal system, about which the writers of this age have made such a pother, as if it was a new discovery, like the Copernican system. Every peculiarity of policy, custom, and even temperament is affectedly traced to this origin, as if the feudal constitution had not been common to almost all the natives of Europe. For my part, I expect to see the use of trunk hose and buttered ale ascribed to the influence of the feudal system. The connection between the clans and their chiefs is, without all doubt, patriarchal. It is founded on hereditary regard and affection, cherished through a long succession of ages. The clan consider the chief as their father. They bear his name, they believe themselves descended from his family, and they obey him as their lord with all the ardour of filial love and veneration, while he, on his part, exerts a paternal authority, commanding, chastising, rewarding, protecting, and maintaining them as his own children. If the legislature would entirely destroy this connection, it must compel the Highlanders to change their habitation and their names. Even this experiment has been formerly tried without success. In the reign of James VI, the battle was fought within a few short miles of this place, between two clans, the MacGregors and the Colquhouns, in which the latter were defeated. The Laird of MacGregor made such a barbarous use of his victory, that he was forfeited and outlawed by act of parliament. His lands were given to the family of Montrose, and his clan were obliged to change their name. They obeyed so far as to call themselves severally Campbell, Graham, or Drummond, the surnames of the families of Argyle, Montrose, and Perth, that they might enjoy the protection of those houses, but they still added MacGregor to their new appellation, and as their chief was deprived of his estate, they robbed and plundered for his subsistence. Mr. Cameron of Lochiel, the chief of that clan, whose father was attainted for having been concerned in the last rebellion, returning from France in obedience to a proclamation and act of parliament, passed at the beginning of the late war, paid a visit to his own country, and hired a farm in the neighbourhood of his father's house, which had been burnt to the ground. The clan, though ruined and scattered, no sooner heard of his arrival than they flocked to him from all quarters to welcome his return, and in a few days stocked his farm with 700 black cattle, which they had saved in the general wreck of their affairs. But their beloved chief, who was a promising youth, did not live to enjoy the fruits of their fidelity and attachment. The most effectual method I know to weaken and at length destroy this influence is to employ the commonalty in such a manner as to give them a taste of property and independence. In vain the government grants them advantageous leases on the forfeited estates, if they have no property to prosecute the means of improvement. The sea is an inexhaustible fund of riches, but the fishery cannot be carried on without vessels, casks, salt, lines, nets, and other tackle. I conversed with a sensible man of this country, who, from a real spirit of patriotism, had set up a fishery on the coast, and a manufacture of coarse linen for the employment of the poor Highlanders. Cod is here in such plenty, that he told me he had seen several hundred taken on one line at one haul. It must be observed, however, that the line was of immense length, and had 2000 hooks baited with mussels; but the fish was so superior to the cod caught on the banks of Newfoundland, that his correspondent at Lisbon sold them immediately at his own price, although Lent was just over when they arrived, and the people might be supposed quite cloyed with this kind of diet. His linen manufacture was likewise in a prosperous way, when the late war intervening, all his best hands were pressed into the service. It cannot be expected that the gentlemen of this country should execute commercial schemes to render their vassals independent; nor indeed are such schemes suited to their way of life and inclination. But a company of merchants might, with proper management, turn to good account a fishery established in this part of Scotland. Our people have a strange itch to colonize America, when the uncultivated parts of our own island might be settled to greater advantage. After having rambled through the mountains and glens of Argyle, we visited the adjacent islands of Islay, Jura, Mull, and Icolmkill. In the first we saw the remains of a castle, built in a lake, where Macdonald, Lord or King of the Isles, formerly resided. Jura is famous for having given birth to one Macrane, who lived 180 years in one house, and died in the reign of Charles II. Mull affords several bays, where there is safe anchorage; in one of which, the Florida, a ship of the Spanish Armada, was blown up by one of Mr. Smollett's ancestors. About 40 years ago, John, Duke of Argyle, is said to have consulted the Spanish registers, by which it appeared that this ship had the military chest on board. He employed experienced divers to examine the wreck, and they found the hull of the vessel still entire, but so covered with sand that they could not make their way between decks. However, they picked up several pieces of plate that were scattered about in the bay, and a couple of fine brass cannon. Icolmkill, or Iona, is a small island which St. Columba chose for his habitation. It was respected for its sanctity, and college or seminary of ecclesiastics. Part of its church is still standing, with the tombs of several Scottish, Irish, and Danish sovereigns who were here interred. These islanders are very bold and dexterous watermen, consequently the better adapted to the fishery. In their manners they are less savage and impetuous than their countrymen on the continent, and they speak the Erse or Gaelic in its greatest purity. Having sent round our horses by land, we embarked in the district of Cowell, for Greenock, which is a neat little town on the other side of the Frith, with a curious harbour formed by 3 stone jetties, carried out a good way into the sea. Newport Glasgow is such another place, about 2 miles higher up. Both have a face of business and plenty, and are supported entirely by the shipping of Glasgow, of which I counted 60 large vessels in these harbours. Taking boat again at Newport, we were in less than an hour landed on the other side, within 2 short miles of our head quarters, where we found our women in good health and spirits. They had been 2 days before joined by Mr. Smollett and his lady, to whom we have such obligations as I cannot mention, even to you, without blushing. Tomorrow we shall bid adieu to the Scotch Arcadia, and begin our progress to the southward, taking our way by Lanark and Nithsdale, to the west borders of England. I have received so much advantage and satisfaction from this tour, that if my health suffers no revolution in the winter, I believe I shall be tempted to undertake another expedition to the northern extremity of Caithness, unencumbered by those impediments which now clog the heels of yours, Matt Bramble, Cameron, September 6. End of Section 61.
To Miss Letitia Willis, at Gloucester. My dearest Letty, never did poor prisoner long for deliverance more than I have longed for an opportunity to disburthen my cares into your friendly bosom, and the occasion which now presents itself is little less than miraculous. Honest Saunders Macaulay, the travelling Scotchman, who goes every year to Wales, is now at Glasgow, buying goods, and coming to pay his respects to our family, has undertaken to deliver this letter into your own hand. We have been 6 weeks in Scotland, and seen the principal towns of the kingdom, where we have been treated with great civility. The people are very courteous, and the country being exceedingly romantic, suits my turn and inclinations. I contracted some friendships at Edinburgh, which is a large and lofty city, full of gay company, and, in particular, commenced an intimate correspondence with one Miss R—T—N, an amiable young lady of my own age, whose charms seemed to soften, and even to subdue the stubborn heart of my brother Jerry. But he no sooner left the place than he relapsed into his former insensibility. I feel, however, that this indifference is not the family constitution. I never admitted but one idea of love, and that has taken such root in my heart as to be equally proof against all the pulls of discretion and the frosts of neglect. Dear Letty, I had an alarming adventure at the hunters' ball in Edinburgh. While I sat discoursing with a friend in a corner, all at once the very image of Wilson stood before me, dressed exactly as he was in the character of Amwell. It was one Mr. Gordon, whom I had not seen before. Shocked at the sudden apparition, I fainted away, and threw the whole assembly in confusion. However, the cause of my disorder remained a secret to everybody but my brother, who was likewise struck with the resemblance, and scolded after we came home. I am very sensible of Jerry's affection, and know he spoke as well with a view to my own interest and happiness, as in regard to the honour of the family. But I cannot bear to have my wounds probed severely. I was not so much affected by the censure he passed upon my own indiscretion, as with the reflection he made on the conduct of Wilson. He observed, that if he was really the gentleman he pretended to be, and harboured nothing but honourable designs, he would have vindicated his pretensions in the face of day. This remark made a deep impression upon my mind. I endeavoured to conceal my thoughts, and this endeavour had a bad effect upon my health and spirits, so it was thought necessary that I should go to the Highlands, and drink the goat milk whey. We went accordingly to Low Lomond, one of the most enchanting spots in the whole world; and what with this remedy, which I had every morning fresh from the mountains, and the pure air and cheerful company, I have recovered my flesh and appetite; though there is something still at bottom, which it is not in the power of air, exercise, company, or medicine to remove. These incidents would not touch me so nearly if I had a sensible confidant to sympathize with my affliction, and comfort me with wholesome advice. I have nothing of this kind, except Win Jenkins, who is really a good body in the main, but very ill qualified for such an office. The poor creature is weak in her nerves, as well as in her understanding. Otherwise I might have known the true name and character of that unfortunate youth. But why do I call him unfortunate? Perhaps the epithet is more applicable to me for having listened to the false professions of... But hold! I have as yet no right, and sure I have no inclination to believe anything to the prejudice of his honour. In that reflection I shall still exert my patience. As for Mrs. Jenkins, she herself is really an object of compassion. Between vanity, methodism, and love, her head is almost turned. I should have more regard for her, however, if she had been more constant in the object of her affection. But truly she aimed at conquest, and flirted at the same time with my uncle's footman, Humphry Clinker, who is really a deserving young man, and one Dutton, my brother's valet de chambre, a debauched fellow, who, leaving Win in the lurch, ran away with another man's bride at Berwick. My dear Willis, I am truly ashamed of my own sex. We complain of advantages which the men take of our youth, inexperience, insensibility, and all that, but I have seen enough to believe that our sex in general make it their business to ensnare the other, and for this purpose employ arts which are by no means to be justified. In point of constancy, they certainly have nothing to reproach the male part of the creation. My poor aunt, without any regard to her years and imperfections, has gone to market with her charms in every place where she thought she had the least chance to dispose of her person, which, however, hangs still heavy on her hands. I am afraid she has used even religion as a decoy. Though it has not answered her expectation, she has been praying, preaching, and catechizing among the Methodists, with whom this country abounds, and pretends to have such manifestations and revelations as even Clinker himself can hardly believe, though the poor fellow is half crazy with enthusiasm. As for Jenkins, she affects to take all her mistress's reveries for gospel. She has also her heart heavings and motions of the spirit, and God forgive me if I think uncharitably, but all this seems to me to be downright hypocrisy and deceit, Perhaps, indeed, the poor girl imposes on herself. She is generally in a flutter, and is much subject to vapours. Since we came to Scotland, she has seen apparitions, and pretends to prophesy. If I could put faith in all these supernatural visitations, I should think myself abandoned of grace; for I have neither seen, heard, nor felt anything of this nature, although I endeavour to discharge the duties of religion with all the sincerity, zeal, and devotion that is in the power of, Dear Letty, your affectionate Lydia Melford. Glasgow, September 7th. We are so far on our return to Brambleton Hall, and I should fain hope we shall make Gloucester in our way, in which case I shall have the inexpressible pleasure of embracing my dear Willis. Pray remember me to my worthy governess. End of section 62.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 63. To Mrs. Mary Jones at Brambleton Hall. Dear Mary, Saunders Macaulay, the Scotchman, who pushes directly for Vales, has promised to give it to you into your own hand, and therefore I would not miss the opportunity to let you know, as I am still in the land of the living; and yet I have been on the brink of the other world since I sent you my last letter. We went by sea to another kingdom called Fife, and coming back, had like to have gone to pot in a storm. What between the fright and sickness, I thought I should have brought my heart up. Even Mr Clinker was not his own man for 48 hours after we got ashore. It was well for some folks that we scaped drownding; for mistress was very fractious, and seemed but indifferently prepared for a change. But, thank God, she was soon put in a better frame by the private exaltations of the Reverend Mr Macrocodile. We afterwards turned to Starling and Grasco, which are a kipple of handsome towns; and then we went to a gentleman's house at Loch Loming, which is a wonderful sea of fresh water, with a power of highlands in the midst on't. They say as how it has ne'er a bottom, and was made by a musician, and truly I believe it, for it is not in the course of nature. It has got waves without wind, fish without fins, and a floating highland. And one of them is a crutch yard where the dead are buried, and always before the person dies, a bell rings of itself to give warning. Oh, Mary, this is the land of conjuration. The bell knolled when we were there. I saw lights and heard lamentations. The gentleman, our landlord, has got another house, which he was fain to quit, on account of a mischievous ghost, that would not suffer people to lie in their beds. The fairies dwell in a hole of Caermon, a mounting hard by, and they steal away the good women that are in the straw, if so be as how there arn't a horseshoe nailed to the door. And I was shewn an old vitch, called Elspeth Ringavey, with a red petticoat, bleared eyes, and a mould of grey bristles on her sin. That she mought do me no harm, I crossed her hand with a taster, and bid her tell my fortune. And she told me such things describing Mr Clinker to a hair; but it shall ne'er be said that I mentioned a word of the matter. As I was troubled with fits, she advised me to bathe in the Lough, which was holy water; and so I went in the morning to a private place along with the housemaid, and we bathed in our birthday suit, after the fashion of the country; and behold, whilst we dabbled in the Lough, Sir George Combe started up with a gun; but we clapped our hands to our faces, and passed by him to the place where we had left our smocks. A civil gentleman would have turned his head another way. My comfort is, he knew not which was which, and, as the saying is, all cats in the dark are grey. Whilst we stayed at Lochlaming, he and our 2 squires went 3 or 4 days churning among the wild men of the mountings; a parcel of selvages that lie in caves among the rocks, devour young children, speak Velch but the words are different. Our ladies would not part with Mr Clinker, because he is so stout and so pyehouse, that he fears neither man nor devils, if so be as they don't take him by surprise. Indeed, he was once so flurried by an apparition, that he had like to have sounded. He made believe as if it had been the old Admiral, but the old Admiral could not have made his hair to stand on end, and his teeth to shatter; but he said so in prudence, that the ladies might not be afeard. Miss Liddy has been puny, and like to go into a decline. I doubt her poor art is too tinder. But the goat's fay has set her on her legs again. You knows goat's fay is mother's milk to a Velch woman. As for mistress, blessed be God, she ails nothing. Her stomach is good, and she improves in grease and godliness, but, for all that, she may have infections like other people, and, I believe, she wouldn't be sorry to be called your ladyship, whenever Sir George thinks proper to ax the question. But, for my part, whatever I may see or hear, not a particle shall ever pass the lips of Dear Molly, your loving friend, Win. Jenkins, Glasgow, September 7. Remember me as usual to Sol. We are now coming home, though not the nearest road. I do suppose I shall find the kitten a fine bore at my return. End of Section 63. Recording by Trisha G.
To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, at Oxford. Dear Knight, once more I tread upon English ground, which I like not the worse for the 6 weeks' ramble I have made among the woods and mountains of Caledonia. No offence to the land of cakes, where bannocks grow upon straw. I never saw my uncle in such health and spirits as he now enjoys. Liddy is perfectly recovered, and Mistress Tabitha has no reason to complain. Nevertheless, I believe she was, till yesterday, inclined to give the whole Scotch nation to the devil, as a pack of insensible brutes, upon whom her accomplishments had been displayed in vain. At every place where we halted, did she mount the stage, and flourished her rusty arms, without being able to make one conquest. One of her last essays was against the heart of Sir George Colquhoun, with whom she fought all the weapons more than twice over. She was grave and gay by turns, she moralized and methodized, she laughed and romped and danced and sung and sighed and ogled and lisped and fluttered and flattered, but all was preaching to the desert. The baronet, being a well-bred man, carried his civilities as far as she could in conscience expect, and if evil tongues are to be believed, some degrees farther. But he was too much a veteran in gallantry as well as in war to fall into any ambuscade that she could lay for his affection. While we were absent in the Highlands, she practised also upon the Laird of Ladrishmore, and even gave him the rendezvous in the wood of Drumskillach. But the Laird had such a reverend care of his own reputation, that he came attended with the parson of the parish, and nothing passed but spiritual communication. After all these miscarriages, our aunt suddenly recollected Lieutenant Lismahago, whom, ever since our first arrival at Edinburgh, she seemed to have utterly forgot. But now she expressed her hopes of seeing him at Dumfries, according to his promise. We set out from Glasgow by the way of Lanark, the county town of Clydesdale, in the neighbourhood of which the whole river Clyde, rushing down a steep rock, forms a very noble and stupendous cascade. Next day we were obliged to halt in a small borough until the carriage, which had received some damage, should be repaired, and here we met with an incident which warmly interested the benevolent spirit of Mr Bramble. As we stood at the window of an inn that fronted the public prison, a person arrived on horseback, genteelly though plainly dressed in a blue frock, with his own hair cut short, and a gold-laced hat upon his head. Alighting, and giving his horse to the landlord, he advanced to an old man who was at work in paving the street, and accosted him in these words: This is hard work for such an old man as you." So saying, he took the instrument out of his hand and began to thump the pavement. After a few strokes, "Have you never a son," said he, "to ease you of this labour?" "Yes, and please your honour," replied the senior, "I have 3 hopeful lads, but at present they are out of the way." "Honour not me," cried the stranger, "but the more becomes me to honour your grey hairs. Where are those sons you talk of?" The ancient pavior said, his eldest son was a captain in the East Indies, and the youngest had lately enlisted as a soldier, in hopes of prospering like his brother. The gentleman, desiring to know what was become of the second, he wiped his eyes, and owned he had taken upon him his old father's debts, for which he was now in the prison hard by. The traveller made 3 quick steps towards the jail, then, turning short, "Tell me," said he, "has that unnatural captain sent you nothing to relieve your distress?" "Call him not unnatural," replied the other. "God's blessing be upon him. He sent me a great deal of money, but I made a bad use of it. I lost it by being security for a gentleman that was my landlord, and was stripped of all I had in the world besides." At that instant, a young man, thrusting out his head and neck between 2 iron bars in the prison window, exclaimed, "Father, father, if my brother William is in life, that's he." "I am," cried the stranger, clasping the old man in his arms, and shedding a flood of tears. "I am your son Willie, sure enough." Before the father, who was quite confounded, could make any return to this tenderness, a decent old woman, bolting out from the door of a poor habitation, cried, "Where is my bairn? Where is my dear Willie?" The captain no sooner beheld her than he quitted his father and ran into her embrace. I can assure you, my uncle, who saw and heard everything that passed, was as much moved as any one of the parties concerned in this pathetic recognition. He sobbed and wept, and clapped his hands and hallooed, and finally ran down into the street. By this time the captain had retired with his parents, and all the inhabitants of the place were assembled at the door. Mr Bramble nevertheless pressed through the crowd, and entering the house, "Captain," said he, "I beg the favour of your acquaintance. I would have travelled 100 miles to see this affecting scene, and I shall think myself happy if you and your parents will dine with me at the public house." The captain thanked him for his kind invitation, which he said he would accept with pleasure, but in the meantime he could not think of eating or drinking while his poor brother was in trouble. He forthwith deposited a sum equal to the debt in the hands of the magistrate, who ventured to set his brother at liberty without farther process, and then the whole family repaired to the inn with my uncle, attended by the crowd, the individuals of which shook their townsman by the hand, while he returned their caresses without the least sign of pride or affectation. This honest favourite of fortune, whose name was Brown, told my uncle that he had been bred a weaver, and about 18 years ago had, from a spirit of idleness and dissipation, enlisted as a soldier in the service of the East India Company. That in the course of duty he had the good fortune to attract the notice and approbation of Lord Clive, who preferred him from one step to another till he attained the rank of captain and paymaster to the regiment, in which capacities he had honestly amassed above £12,000, and at the peace resigned his commission. He had sent several remittances to his father, who received the first only, consisting of £100. The second had fallen into the hands of a bankrupt, and the third had been consigned to a gentleman of Scotland who died before it arrived, so that it still remained to be accounted for by his executors. He now presented the old man with £50 for his present occasions, over and above banknotes for 100, which he had deposited for his brother's release. He brought along with him a deed ready executed, by which he settled a perpetuity of £80 upon his parents, to be inherited by their other 2 sons after their decease. He promised to purchase a commission for his youngest brother, to take the other as his own partner in a manufacture which he intended to set up, to give employment and bread to the industrious, and to give £500 by way of dower to his sister, who had married a farmer in low circumstances. Finally, he gave £50 to the poor of the town where he was born, and feasted all the inhabitants without exception. My uncle was so charmed with the character of Captain Brown that he drank his health 3 times successively at dinner. He said he was proud of his acquaintance, that he was an honour to his country, and had in some measure redeemed human nature from the reproach of pride, selfishness, and ingratitude. For my part, I was as much pleased with the modesty as with the filial virtue of this honest soldier, who assumed no merit from his success, and said very little of his own transactions, though the answers he made to our inquiries were equally sensible and laconic. Mistress Tabitha behaved very graciously to him until she understood that he was going to make a tender of his hand to a person of low estate who had been his sweetheart while he worked as a journeyman weaver. Our aunt was no sooner made acquainted with this design than she starched up her behaviour with a double proportion of reserve, and when the company broke up, she observed with a toss of her nose that Brown was a civil fellow enough considering the lowness of his original, but that fortune, though she had mended his circumstances, was incapable to raise his ideas, which were still humble and plebeian. On the day that succeeded this adventure, we went some miles out of our road to see Drumlanrig, a seat belonging to the Duke of Queensberry, which appears like a magnificent palace erected by magic in the midst of a wilderness. It is indeed a princely mansion, with suitable parks and plantations, rendered still more striking by the nakedness of the surrounding country, which is one of the wildest tracts in all Scotland. This wildness, however, is different from that of the Highlands, for here the mountains, instead of heath, are covered with a fine green swarth, affording pasture to innumerable flocks of sheep. But the fleeces of this country, called Nithsdale, are not comparable to the wool of Galloway, which is said to equal that of Salisbury Plain. Having passed the night at the castle of Drumlanrig, by invitation from the Duke himself, who is one of the best men that ever breathed, we prosecuted our journey to Dumfries, a very elegant trading town near the borders of England, where we found plenty of good provision and excellent wine at very reasonable prices, and the accommodation as good in all respects as in any part of South Britain. If I was confined to Scotland for life, I would choose Dumfries as the place of my residence. Here we made inquiries about Captain Lismahago, of whom, hearing no tidings, we proceeded by the Solway Firth to Carlisle. You must know that the Solway sands, upon which travellers pass at low water, are exceedingly dangerous, because, as the tide makes, they become quick in different places, and the flood rushes in so impetuously that the passengers are often overtaken by the sea and perish. In crossing these treacherous Syrtes with a guide, we perceived a drowned horse, which Humphry Clinker, after due inspection, declared to be the very identical beast which Mr. Lismahago rode when he parted with us at Felton Bridge in Northumberland. This information, which seemed to intimate that our friend the lieutenant had shared the fate of his horse, affected us all, and above all our Aunt Tabitha, who shed salt tears, and obliged Clinker to pull a few hairs out of the dead horse's tail, to be worn in a ring as a remembrance of his master. But her grief and ours was not of long duration, for one of the first persons we saw in Carlisle was the lieutenant in propria persona, bargaining with a horse dealer for another steed, in the yard of the inn where we alighted. Mrs Bramble was the first that perceived him, and screamed as if she had seen a ghost; and truly, at a proper time and place, he might very well have passed for an inhabitant of another world, for he was more meagre and grim than before. We received him the more cordially for having supposed he had been drowned, and he was not deficient in expressions of satisfaction at this meeting. He told us he had inquired for us at Dumfries, and been informed by a travelling merchant from Glasgow that we had resolved to return by the way of Coldstream. He said that in passing the sands without a guide, his horse had knocked up, and he himself must have perished, if he had not been providentially relieved by a return post-chaise. He moreover gave us to understand that his scheme of settling in his own country having miscarried, he was so far on his way to London, with a view to embark for North America, where he intended to pass the rest of his days among his old friends the Miamis, and amuse himself in finishing the education of the son he had, by his beloved Squinkinacusta. This project was by no means agreeable to our good aunt, who expatiated upon the fatigues and dangers that would attend such a long voyage by sea, and afterwards such a tedious journey by land. She enlarged particularly on the risk he would run with respect to the concerns of his precious soul, among savages who had not yet received the glad tidings of salvation; and she hinted that his abandoning Great Britain might perhaps prove fatal to the inclinations of some deserving person, whom he was qualified to make happy for life. My uncle, who is really a Don Quixote in generosity, understanding that Lismahago's real reason for leaving Scotland was the impossibility of subsisting in it with any decency upon the wretched provision of a subaltern's half pay, began to be warmly interested on the side of compassion. He thought it very hard that a gentleman who had served his country with honour should be driven by necessity to spend his old age among the refuse of mankind in such a remote part of the world. He discoursed with me upon the subject, observing that he would willingly offer the lieutenant an asylum at Brambleton Hall, if he did not foresee that his singularities and humour of contradiction would render him an intolerable housemate, though his conversation at some times might be both instructive and entertaining. But as there seemed to be something particular in his attention to Mistress Tabitha, he and I agreed in opinion that this intercourse should be encouraged and improved, if possible, into a matrimonial union, in which case there would be a comfortable provision for both, and they might be settled in a house of their own, so that Mr Bramble should have no more of their company than he desired. In pursuance of this design, Lismahago had been invited to pass the winter at Brambleton Hall, as it will be time enough to execute his American project in the spring. He has taken time to consider of this proposal. Meanwhile, he will keep us company as far as we travel in the road to Bristol, where he has hopes of getting a passage for America. I make no doubt but that he will postpone his voyage, and prosecute his addresses to a happy consummation; and sure, if it produces any fruit, it must be of a very peculiar flavour. As the weather continues favourable, I believe we shall take the Peak of Derbyshire and Buxton Wells in our way. At any rate, from the first place where we make any stay, you shall hear again from yours always, J. Melford. Carlisle, September 12th. End of Section 64.
Dear Doctor, the peasantry of Scotland are certainly on a poor footing all over the kingdom, and yet they look better and are better clothed than those of the same rank in Burgundy and many other places of France and Italy. Nay, I will venture to say they are better fed, notwithstanding the boasted wine of these foreign countries. The country people of North Britain live chiefly on oatmeal and milk, cheese, butter, and some garden stuff, with now and then a pickled herring by way of delicacy. But flesh meat they seldom or never taste, nor any kind of strong liquor except twopenny, at times of uncommon festivity. Their breakfast is a kind of hasty pudding of oatmeal or pease meal, eaten with milk. They have commonly pottage for dinner, composed of kale or cole, leeks, barley or big, and butter, and this is reinforced with bread and cheese, made of skimmed milk. At night they sup on sowens or flummery of oatmeal. In a scarcity of oats, they use the meal of barley and peas, which is both nourishing and palatable. Some of them have potatoes, and you find parsnips in every peasant's garden. They are clothed with the coarse kind of russet of their own making, which is both decent and warm. They dwell in poor huts, built of loose stones and turf, without any mortar, having a fireplace or hearth in the middle, generally made of an old millstone, and a hole at top to let out the smoke. These people, however, are content, and wonderfully sagacious. All of them read the Bible, and are even qualified to dispute upon the articles of their faith, which in those parts I have seen is entirely Presbyterian. I am told that the inhabitants of Aberdeenshire are still more acute. I once knew a Scotch gentleman at London, who had declared war against this part of his countrymen, and swore that the impudence and knavery of the Scots in that quarter had brought a reproach upon the whole nation. The river Clyde above Glasgow is quite pastoral, and the banks of it are everywhere adorned with fine villas. From the sea to its source we may reckon the seats of many families of the first rank, such as the Duke of Argyle at Roseneath, the Earl of Bute in the isle of that name, the Earl of Glencairn at Finlayston, Lord Blantyre at Ereskin, the Duchess of Douglas at Bothwell, Duke Hamilton at Hamilton, the Duke of Douglas at Douglas, and the Earl of Hindford at Carmichael. Hamilton is a noble palace, magnificently furnished, and hard by is the village of that name, one of the neatest little towns I have seen in any country. The old castle of Douglas being burned to the ground by accident, the late Duke resolved, as head of the first family of Scotland, to have the largest house in the kingdom, in order to plan for this purpose; but there was only one wing of it finished when he died. It is to be hoped that his nephew, who is now in possession of his great fortune, will complete the design of his predecessor. Clydesdale is in general populous and rich, containing a great number of gentlemen who are independent in their fortune, but it produces more cattle than corn. This is also the case with Tweedale, through part of which we passed, and Nithsdale, which is generally rough, wild, and mountainous. These hills are covered with sheep, and this is the small delicious mutton, so much preferable to that of the London market. As their feeding costs so little, the sheep are not killed till 5 years old, when their flesh, juices, and flavour are in perfection, but their fleeces are much damaged by the tar with which they are smeared to preserve them from the rot in winter, during which they run wild night and day, and thousands are lost under huge wreaths of snow. 'Tis pity the farmers cannot contrive some means to shelter this useful animal from the inclemencies of a rigorous climate, especially from the perpetual rains, which are more prejudicial than the greatest extremity of cold weather. On the little river Nid is situated the castle of Drumlanrig, one of the noblest seats in Great Britain, belonging to the Duke of Queensberry, one of those few noblemen whose goodness of heart does honour to human nature. I shall not pretend to enter into a description of this palace, which is really an instance of the sublime in magnificence, as well as in situation, and puts one in mind of the beautiful city of Palmyra, rising like a vision in the midst of the wilderness. His Grace keeps open house, and lives with great splendour. He did us the honour to receive us with great courtesy, and detained us all night, together with above 20 other guests, with all their servants and horses, to a very considerable number. The Duchess was equally gracious, and took our ladies under her immediate protection. The longer I live, I see more reason to believe that prejudices of education are never wholly eradicated, even when they are discovered to be erroneous and absurd. Such habits of thinking as interest the grand passions cleave to the human heart in such a manner, that though an effort of reason may force them from their hold for a moment, this violence no sooner ceases than they resume their grasp with an increased elasticity and adhesion. I am led into this reflection by what passed at the Duke's table after supper. The conversation turned upon the vulgar notions of spirits and omens that prevail among the commonalty of North Britain, and all the company agreed that nothing could be more ridiculous. One gentleman, however, told a remarkable story of himself, by way of speculation. Being on a party of hunting in the north, said he, I resolved to visit an old friend whom I had not seen for 20 years. So long he had been retired and sequestered from all his acquaintance, and lived in a moping, melancholy way, much afflicted with lowness of spirits, occasioned by the death of his wife, whom he had loved with uncommon affection. As he resided in a remote part of the country, and we were 5 gentlemen, with as many servants, we carried some provision with us from the next market town, lest we should find him unprepared for our reception. The roads being bad, we did not arrive at the house till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and were agreeably surprised to find a very good dinner already in the kitchen, and the cloth laid with 6 covers. My friend himself appeared in his best apparel at the gate, and received us with open arms, telling me he had been expecting us these 2 hours. Astonished at this declaration, I asked who had given him intelligence of our coming, and he smiled without making any other reply. However, presuming upon our former intimacy, I afterwards insisted upon knowing, and he told me very gravely he had seen me in a vision of the second night. Nay, he called in the evidence of his steward, who solemnly declared that his master had the day before apprized him of my coming with 4 other strangers, and ordered him to provide accordingly; in consequence of which intimation he had prepared the dinner which we were now eating, and laid the covers according to the number foretold. The incident we all owned to be remarkable, and I endeavoured to account for it by natural means. I observed, that as the gentleman was of a visionary turn, the casual idea or remembrance of his old friend might suggest those circumstances which accident had for once realized, but that in all probability he had seen many visions of the same kind which were never verified. None of the company directly dissented from my opinion, but from the objections that were hinted I could plainly perceive that the majority were persuaded there was something more extraordinary in the case. Another gentleman of the company, addressing himself to me, "Without all doubt," said he, "a diseased imagination is very apt to produce visions, but we must find some other method to account for something of this kind that happened within these 8 days in my neighbourhood. A gentleman of a good family, who cannot be deemed a visionary in any sense of the word, was near his own gate, in the twilight, visited by his grandfather, who has been dead these 15 years. The spectre was mounted seemingly on the very horse he used to ride, with an angry and terrible countenance, and said something which his grandson, in the confusion of fear, could not understand. But this was not all. He lifted up a huge horsewhip, and applied it with great violence to his back and shoulders, on which I saw the impression with my own eyes. The apparition was afterwards seen by the sexton of the parish, hovering about the tomb where his body lies interred, as the man declared to several persons in the village before he knew what had happened to the gentleman. Nay, he actually came to me as a justice of the peace, in order to make oath of these particulars, which, however, I declined administering. As for the grandson of the defunct, he is a sober, sensible, worldly-minded fellow, too intent upon schemes of interest to give in to reveries. He would have willingly concealed the affair, but he bawled out, in the first transport of his fear, and running into the house, exposed his back and his sconce to the whole family, so that there was no denying it in the sequel. It is now the common discourse of the country, that this appearance and behaviour of the old man's spirit portends some great calamity to the family, and the good woman has actually taken to her bed in this apprehension. Though I did not pretend to explain this mystery, I said, I did not at all doubt but it would one day appear to be a deception, and in all probability a scheme executed by some enemy of the person who had sustained the assault. But still the gentleman insisted upon the clearness of the evidence, and the concurrence of testimony, by which two creditable witnesses, without any communication one with another, affirmed the appearance of the same man, with whose person they were both well acquainted. From Drumlanrig we pursued the course of the Nid to Dumfries, which stands 7 miles above the place where the river falls into the sea, and is, after Glasgow, the handsomest town I have seen in Scotland. The inhabitants, indeed, seem to have proposed that city as their model, not only in beautifying their town and regulating its police, but also in prosecuting their schemes of commerce and manufacture, by which they are grown rich and opulent. We re-entered England by the way of Carlisle, where we accidentally met with our friend Lismahago, whom we had in vain inquired after at Dumfries and other places. It would seem that the captain, like the prophets of old, is but little honoured in his own country, which he has now renounced for ever. He gave me the following particulars of his visit to his native soil. In his way to the place of his nativity, he learned that his nephew had married the daughter of a bourgeois, who directed a weaving manufacture, and had gone into partnership with his father-in-law. Chagrined with this information, he had arrived at the gate in the twilight, where he heard the sound of treadles in the great hall, which had exasperated him to such a degree that he had like to have lost his senses. While he was thus transported with indignation, his nephew chanced to come forth, when, being no longer master of his passion, he cried, "Degenerate rascal! You have made my father's house a den of thieves," and at the same time chastised him with his horsewhip. Then, riding round the adjoining village, he had visited the burying ground of his ancestors by moonlight, and having paid his respects to their manes, travelled all night to another part of the country. Finding the head of the family in such a disgraceful situation, and all his own friends dead or removed from the places of their former residence, and the expense of living increased to double of what it had been when he first left his native country, he had bid it an eternal adieu, and was determined to seek for repose among the forests of America. I was no longer at a loss to account for the apparition, which had been described at Drumlanrig, and when I repeated the story to the lieutenant, he was much pleased to think his resentment had been so much more effectual than he intended, and he owned he might at such an hour, and in such an equipage, very well pass for the ghost of his father, whom he was said greatly to resemble. Between friends, I fancy Lismahago will find a retreat without going so far as the wigwams of the Miamis. My sister Tabby is making continual advances to him in the way of affection, and if I may trust to appearances, the captain is disposed to take opportunity by the forelock. For my part, I intend to encourage this correspondence, and shall be glad to see them united. In that case, we shall find a way to settle them comfortably in our own neighbourhood. I and my servants will get rid of a very troublesome and tyrannic gouvernante, and I shall have the benefit of Lismahago's conversation, without being obliged to take more of his company than I desire, for though an olla is a high-flavoured dish, I could not bear to dine upon it every day of my life. I am much pleased with Manchester, which is one of the most agreeable and flourishing towns in Great Britain, and I perceive that this is the place which hath animated the spirit and suggested the chief manufactures of Glasgow. We propose to visit Chatsworth, the Peak, and Buxton, from which last place we shall proceed directly homewards, though by easy journeys. If the season has been as favourable in Wales as in the north, your harvest is happily finished, and we have nothing left to think of but our October, of which let Barnes be properly reminded. You will find me much better in flesh than I was at our parting, and this short separation has given a new edge to those sentiments of friendship with which I always have been and ever shall be yours, Matt Bramble, Manchester, September 15. End of section 65.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett. Section 66. To Mrs. Gwillim, housekeeper at Brambleton Hall. Mrs. Gwillim, it has pleased Providence to bring us safe back to England, and partake us in many pearls by land and water, in particular the Devil's Hearse, a pike, and Hoyden's Hole, which hath got no bottom. And as we are drawing homewards, it may be proper to apprise you that Brambleton Hall may be in condition to receive us after this long journey to the islands of Scotland. By the 1st of next month you may begin to make constant fires in my brother's chamber and mine, and burn a faggot every day in the yellow damask room. Have the tester and curtains dusted, and the feather bed and mattresses well haired, because, perhaps, with the blessing of Heaven, they may be used on some occasion. Let the old hogsheads be well skewered and seasoned for beer, as Matt is resolved to have his cellar chock full. If the house was mine, I would turn over a new leaf. I don't see why the servants of Wales shouldn't drink fair water, and eat hot cakes and barley kale, as they do in Scotland, without troubling the botcher above once a quarter. I hope you keep account of Roger's proceeding in reverence to the buttermilk. I expect my due when I come home, without baiting an ass, I'll assure you. As you must have laid a great many more eggs than would be eaten, I do suppose there is a power of Turks, chickings, and guzzling about the house, and a brave cargo of cheese ready for market, and that the owl has been sent to Crickhowl, saving what the maid spun in the family. Pray let the whole house and furniture have a thorough cleaning from top to bottom for the honour of Wales, and let Roger search into and make a general clearance of the slit holes which the maids have in secret, for I know they are much given to sloth and uncleanness. I hope you have worked a reformation among them, as I exhorted you in my last, and set their hearts upon better things than they can find in junketing and caterwauling with the fellows of the country. As for Win Jenkins, she has undergone a perfect metamorphosis, and is become a new creature from the ammunition of Humphry Clinker, our new footman, a pious young man, who has laboured exceedingly that she may bring forth fruits of repentance. I make no doubt but he will take the same pains with that pert hussy Mary Jones, and all of you, and that he may have power given to penetrate and instil his goodness even into your most inward parts, is the fervent prayer of your friend in the spirit, Tab Bramble, September 18th. End of section 66.
Dear Lewis, Lismahago is more paradoxical than ever. The late gulp he had of his native air seems to have blown fresh spirit into all his polemical faculties. I congratulated him the other day on the present flourishing state of his country, observing that the Scots were now in a fair way to wipe off the national reproach of poverty, and expressing my satisfaction at the happy effects of the Union, so conspicuous in the improvement of their agriculture, commerce, manufactures, and manners. The lieutenant, screwing up his features into a look of dissent and disgust, commented on my remarks to this effect: those who reproach a nation for its poverty, when it is not owing to the profligacy or vice of the people, deserve no answer. The Lacedaemonians were poorer than the Scots when they took the lead among all the free states of Greece, and were esteemed above them all for their valour and their virtue. The most respectable heroes of ancient Rome, such as Fabricius, Cincinnatus, and Regulus, were poorer than the poorest freeholder in Scotland, and there are at this day individuals in North Britain, one of whom can produce more gold and silver than the whole republic of Rome could raise at those times when her public virtue shone with unrivalled lustre. And poverty was so far from being a reproach, that it added fresh laurels to her fame, because it indicated a noble contempt of wealth, which was proof against all the arts of corruption. If poverty be a subject for reproach, it follows that wealth is the object of esteem and veneration. In that case, there are Jews and others in Amsterdam and London, enriched by usury, peculation, and different species of fraud and extortion, who are more estimable than the most virtuous and illustrious members of the community. An absurdity which no man in his senses will offer to maintain. Riches are certainly no proof of merit, nay, they are often, if not most commonly, acquired by persons of sordid minds and mean talents, nor do they give any intrinsic worth to the possessor, but on the contrary tend to pervert his understanding, and render his morals more depraved. But granting that poverty were really matter of reproach, it cannot be justly imputed to Scotland. No country is poor that can supply its inhabitants with the necessaries of life, and even afford articles for exportation. Scotland is rich in natural advantages. It produces every species of provision in abundance, vast herds of cattle and flocks of sheep, with a great number of horses, prodigious quantities of wool and flax, with plenty of copse wood, and in some parts large forests of timber. The earth is still more rich below than above the surface. It yields inexhaustible stores of coal, free stone, marble, lead, iron, copper, and silver, with some gold. The sea abounds with excellent fish, and salt to cure them for exportation, and there are creeks and harbours round the whole kingdom for the convenience and security of navigation. The face of the country displays a surprising number of cities, towns, villas, and villages, swarming with people, and there seems to be no want of art, industry, government, and police. Such a kingdom can never be called poor in any sense of the word, though there may be many others more powerful and opulent. But the proper use of those advantages, and the present prosperity of the Scots, you seem to derive from the union of the two kingdoms. I said I supposed he would not deny that the appearance of the country was much mended, that the people lived better, had more trade, and a greater quantity of money circulating since the union than before. I may safely admit these premises, answered the lieutenant, without subscribing to your inference. The difference you mention I should take to be the natural progress of improvement. Since that period, other nations, such as the Swedes, the Danes, and in particular the French, have greatly increased in commerce without any such cause assigned. Before the Union, there was a remarkable spirit of trade among the Scots, as appeared in the case of their Darien company, in which they had embarked no less than 400,000 sterling, and in the flourishing state of the maritime towns in Fife, and on the eastern coast, enriched by their trade with France, which failed in consequence of the Union. The only solid commercial advantage reaped from that measure was the privilege of trading to the English plantations. Yet, excepting Glasgow and Dumfries, I don't know any other Scotch towns concerned in that traffic. In other respects, I conceive the Scots were losers by the Union. They lost the independency of their state, the greatest prop of national spirit. They lost their parliament, and their courts of justice were subjected to the revision and supremacy of an English tribunal. Softly, captain, cried I, you cannot be said to have lost your own parliament, while you are represented in that of Great Britain. True, said he with a sarcastic grin, in debates of national competition, the 16 peers and 45 commoners of Scotland must make a formidable figure in the scale against the whole English legislature. Be that as it may, I observed, while I had the honour to sit in the lower house, the Scotch members had always the majority on their side. I understand you, sir, said he. They generally side with the majority, so much the worse for their constituents. But even this evil is not the worst they have sustained by the Union. Their trade has been saddled with grievous impositions, and every article of living severely taxed, to pay the interest of enormous debts contracted by the English, in support of measures and connections in which the Scots had no interest nor concern. I begged he would at least allow that by the Union the Scots were admitted to all the privileges and immunities of English subjects, by which means multitudes of them were provided for in the army and navy, and got fortunes in different parts of England and its dominions. All these, said he, become English subjects to all intents and purposes, and are in a great measure lost to their mother country. The spirit of rambling and adventure has been always peculiar to the natives of Scotland. If they had not met with encouragement in England, they would have served and settled as formerly in other countries, such as Muscovy, Sweden, Denmark, Poland, Germany, France, Piedmont, and Italy, in all which nations their descendants continue to flourish even at this day. By this time my patience began to fail, and I exclaimed, "For God's sake, what has England got by this union, which, you say, has been so productive of misfortune to the Scots?" "Great and manifold are the advantages which England derives from the union," said Lismahago, in a solemn tone. "First and foremost, the settlement of the Protestant succession, a point which the English ministry drove with such eagerness, that no stone was left unturned to cajole and bribe a few leading men to cram the union down the throats of the Scottish nation, who were surprisingly averse to the expedient. They gained by it a considerable addition of territory, extending their dominion to the sea on all sides of the island, thereby shutting up all back doors against the enterprises of their enemies. They got an accession of above 1,000,000 of useful subjects, constituting a never-failing nursery of seamen, soldiers, labourers, and mechanics, a most valuable acquisition to a trading country, exposed to foreign wars, and obliged to maintain a number of settlements in all the 4 quarters of the globe. In the course of 7 years, during the last war, Scotland furnished the English army and navy with 70,000 men, over and above those who migrated to their colonies, or mingled with them at home in the civil departments of life. This was a very considerable and seasonable supply to a nation whose people had been for many years decreasing in number, and whose lands and manufactures were actually suffering for want of hands. I need not remind you of the hackneyed maxim, that to a nation in such circumstances a supply of industrious people is a supply of wealth, nor repeat an observation which is now received as an eternal truth, even among the English themselves, that the Scots who settle in South Britain are remarkably sober, orderly, and industrious. I allowed the truth of this remark, adding, that by their industry, economy, and circumspection, many of them in England, as well as in her colonies, amassed large fortunes, with which they returned to their own country, and this was so much lost to South Britain. "Give me leave, sir," said he, "to assure you, that in your fact you are mistaken, and in your deduction erroneous. Not 1 in 200 that leave Scotland ever returns to settle in his own country, and the few that do return carry thither nothing that can possibly diminish the stock of South Britain; for none of their treasure stagnates in Scotland. There is a continual circulation, like that of the blood in the human body, and England is the heart, to which all the streams which it distributes are refunded and returned. Nay, in consequence of that luxury which our connection with England hath greatly encouraged, if not introduced, all the produce of our lands, and all the profits of our trade, are engrossed by the natives of South Britain; for you will find that the exchange between the 2 kingdoms is always against Scotland, and that she retains neither gold nor silver sufficient for her own circulation. The Scots, not content with their own manufactures and produce, which would very well answer all necessary occasions, seem to vie with each other in purchasing superfluities from England, such as broadcloth, velvets, stuffs, silks, lace, furs, jewels, furniture of all sorts, sugar, rum, tea, chocolate, and coffee. In a word, not only every mode of the most extravagant luxury, but even many articles of convenience, which they might find as good and much cheaper in their own country. For all these particulars, I conceive, England may touch about 1,000,000 sterling a year. I don't pretend to make an exact calculation. Perhaps it may be something less, and perhaps a great deal more. The annual revenue arising from all the private estates of Scotland cannot fall short of 1,000,000 sterling, and I should imagine their trade will amount to as much more. I know the linen manufacture alone returns near 500,000, exclusive of the home consumption of that article. If, therefore, North Britain pays a balance of 1,000,000 annually to England, I insist upon it that country is more valuable to her in the way of commerce than any colony in her possession, over and above the other advantages which I have specified. Therefore they are no friends either to England or to truth, who affect to depreciate the northern part of the United Kingdom. I must own I was at first a little nettled to find myself schooled in so many particulars. Though I did not receive all his assertions as gospel, I was not prepared to refute them, and I cannot help now acquiescing in his remarks so far as to think that the contempt for Scotland, which prevails too much on this side the Tweed, is founded on prejudice and error. After some recollection, "Well, captain," said I, "you have argued stoutly for the importance of your own country. For my part, I have such a regard for our fellow subjects of North Britain, that I shall be glad to see the day when your peasants can afford to give all their oats to their cattle, hogs, and poultry, and indulge themselves with good wheaten loaves, instead of such poor, unpalatable, and inflammatory diet." Here again I brought myself into a premunire with the disputative Caledonian. He said he hoped he should never see the common people lifted out of that sphere for which they were intended by nature and the course of things; that they might have some reason to complain of their bread if it were mixed, like that of Norway, with sawdust and fish bones; but that oatmeal was, he apprehended, as nourishing and salutary as wheat flour, and the Scots in general thought it at least as savoury. He affirmed, that a mouse, which in the article of self-preservation might be supposed to act from infallible instinct, would always prefer oats to wheat, as appeared from experience; for in a place where there was a parcel of each, that animal has never begun to feed upon the latter till all the oats were consumed. For their nutritive quality he appealed to the hale, robust constitutions of the people who lived chiefly upon oatmeal; and instead of being inflammatory, he asserted, that it was a cooling subacid, balsamic and mucilaginous; insomuch that in all inflammatory distempers recourse was had to water gruel and flummery made of oatmeal. At least, said I, give me leave to wish them such a degree of commerce as may enable them to follow their own inclinations. Heaven forbid, cried this philosopher. Woe be to that nation where the multitude is at liberty to follow their own inclinations. Commerce is undoubtedly a blessing while restrained within its proper channels, but a glut of wealth brings along with it a glut of evils. It brings false taste, false appetite, false wants, profusion, venality, contempt of order, engendering a spirit of licentiousness, insolence, and faction, that keeps the community in continual ferment, and in time destroys all the distinctions of civil society, so that universal anarchy and uproar must ensue. Will any sensible man affirm that the national advantages of opulence are to be sought on these terms? No, sure, but I am one of those who think that by proper regulations commerce may produce every national benefit without the allay of such concomitant evils. So much for the dogmata of my friend Lismahago, whom I described the more circumstantially, as I firmly believe he will set up his rest in Monmouthshire. Yesterday, while I was alone with him, he asked, in some confusion, if I should have any objection to the success of a gentleman and a soldier, provided he should be so fortunate as to engage my sister's affection. I answered without hesitation, that my sister was old enough to judge for herself, and that I should be very far from disapproving any resolution she might take in his favour. His eyes sparkled at this declaration. He declared he should think himself the happiest man on earth to be connected with my family, and that he should never be weary of giving me proofs of his gratitude and attachment. I suppose Tabby and he are already agreed, in which case we shall have a wedding at Brambleton Hall, and you shall give away the bride. It is the least thing you can do, by way of atonement for your former cruelty to that poor love-sick maiden, who has been so long a thorn in the side of yours, Mat Bramble, September 20. We have been at Buxton, but as I did not much relish either the company or the accommodations, and had no occasion for the water, we stayed but 2 nights in the place. End of Section 67.
To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Wat, adventures begin to thicken as we advance to the southward. Lismahago has now professed himself the admirer of our aunt, and carries on his addresses under the sanction of her brother's approbation, so that we shall certainly have a wedding by Christmas. I should be glad you was present at the nuptials, to help me throw the stocking, and perform other ceremonies peculiar to that occasion. I am sure it will be productive of some diversion, and truly it would be worth your while to come across the country on purpose to see two such original figures in bed together, with their laced nightcaps, he the emblem of good cheer, and she the picture of good nature. All this agreeable prospect was clouded, and had well nigh vanished entirely, in consequence of a late misunderstanding between the future brothers-in-law, which, however, is now happily removed. A few days ago, my uncle and I, going to visit a relation, met with Lord Oxmington at his house, who asked us to dine with him next day, and we accepted the invitation. Accordingly, leaving our women under the care of Captain Lismahago, at the inn where we had lodged the preceding night, in a little town about a mile from his lordship's dwelling, we went at the hour appointed, and had a fashionable meal served up with much ostentation to a company of about a dozen persons, none of whom he had ever seen before. His lordship is much more remarkable for his pride and caprice than for his hospitality and understanding, and indeed it appeared that he considered his guests merely as objects to shine upon, so as to reflect the lustre of his own magnificence. There was much state, but no courtesy, and a great deal of compliment without any conversation. Before the dessert was removed, our noble entertainer proposed 3 general toasts, then calling for a glass of wine, and bowing all round, wished us a good afternoon. This was the signal for the company to break up, and they obeyed it immediately, all except our squire, who was greatly shocked at the manner of this dismission. He changed countenance, bit his lip in silence, but still kept his seat, so that his lordship found himself obliged to give us another hint, by saying he should be glad to see us another time. "There is no time like the present," cried Mr Bramble. "Your lordship has not yet drank a bumper to the best in Christendom." "I'll drink no more bumpers to-day," answered our landlord, "and I'm sorry to see you have drank too many. Order the gentleman's carriage to the gate." So saying, he rose and retired abruptly, our squire starting up at the same time, laying his hand upon his sword, and eyeing him with a most ferocious aspect. The master having vanished in this manner, our uncle bade one of the servants to see what was to pay, and the fellow answering, "This is no inn." "I cry you mercy," cried the other, "I perceive it is not. If it were, the landlord would be more civil. There's a guinea, however, take it, and tell your lord, that I shall not leave the country till I have had the opportunity to thank him in person for his politeness and hospitality." We then walked downstairs through a double range of lackeys, and getting into the chaise proceeded homewards. Perceiving the squire much ruffled, I ventured to disapprove of his resentment, observing that as Lord Oxmington was well known to have his brain very ill timbered, a sensible man should rather laugh than be angry at his ridiculous want of breeding. Mr Bramble took umbrage at my presuming to be wiser than he upon this occasion, and told me that as he had always thought for himself in every occurrence in life, he would still use the same privilege, with my good leave. When we returned to our inn, he closeted Lismahago, and having explained his grievance, desired that gentleman to go and demand satisfaction of Lord Oxmington in his name. The lieutenant charged himself with this commission, and immediately set out a horseback for his lordship's house, attended at his own request by my man Archy M'Alpin, who had been used to military service. And truly If M'Alpin had been mounted upon an ass, this couple might have passed for the Knight of La Mancha and his squire Panza. It was not till after some demur that Lismahago obtained a private audience, at which he formally defied his lordship to single combat in the name of Mr Bramble, and desired him to appoint the time and place. Lord Oxmington was so confounded at this unexpected message, that he could not for some time make any articulate reply, but stood staring at the lieutenant with manifest marks of perturbation. At length, ringing a bell with great vehemence, he exclaimed, "What! a commoner send a challenge to a peer of the realm? Privilege, privilege! Here's a person brings me a challenge from the Welshman that dined at my table. An impudent fellow! My wine is not yet out of his head." The whole house was immediately in commotion. M'Alpin made a soldierly retreat with 2 horses, but the captain was suddenly surrounded and disarmed by the footman, whom a French valet de chambre headed in this exploit. His sword was passed through a close stool, and his person through the horse pond. In this plight he returned to the inn half mad with his disgrace. So violent was the rage of his indignation, that he mistook its object. He wanted to quarrel with Mr Bramble. He said he had been dishonoured on his account, and he looked for reparation at his hands. My uncle's back was up in a moment, and he desired him to explain his pretensions. "Either compel Lord Oxmington to give me satisfaction," cried he, "or give it me in your own person." "The latter part of the alternative is the most easy and expeditious," replied the squire, starting up. "If you are disposed for a walk, I'll attend you this moment." Here they were interrupted by Mrs Tabby, who had overheard all that passed. She now burst into the room, and running betwixt them in great agitation, "Is this your regard for me," said she to the lieutenant, "to seek the life of my brother?" Lismahago, who seemed to grow cool as my uncle grew hot, assured her he had a very great respect for Mr Bramble, but he had still more for his own honour, which had suffered pollution. But if that could be once purified, he should have no further cause of dissatisfaction. The squire said, he should have thought it incumbent upon him to vindicate the lieutenant's honour, but as he had now carved for himself, he might swallow and digest it as well as he could. In a word, what betwixt the mediation of Mrs Tabitha, the recollection of the captain, who perceived he had gone too far, and the remonstrances of your humble servant, who joined them at this juncture, those 2 originals were perfectly reconciled. And then we proceeded to deliberate upon the means of taking vengeance for the insults they had received from the petulant peer. For, until that aim should be accomplished, Mr Bramble swore with great emphasis that he would not leave the inn where we now lodged, even if he should pass his Christmas on the spot. In consequence of our deliberations, we next day in the forenoon proceeded in a body to his lordship's house, all of us, with our servants, including the coachman, mounted a horseback, with our pistols loaded and ready primed. Thus prepared for action, we paraded solemnly and slowly before his lordship's gate, which we passed 3 times in such a manner that he could not but see us and suspect the cause of our appearance. After dinner we returned, and performed the same cavalcade, which was again repeated the following morning, but we had no occasion to persist in these manoeuvres. About noon we were visited by the gentleman at whose house we had first seen Lord Oxmington. he now came to make apologies in the name of his lordship, who declared he had no intention to give offence to my uncle in practising what had always been the custom of his house, and that as for the indignities which had been put upon the officer, they were offered without his lordship's knowledge, at the instigation of his valet de chambre. "If that be the case," said my uncle in a peremptory tone, "I shall be contented with Lord Oxmington's personal excuses, and I hope my friend will be satisfied with his lordship's turning that insolent rascal out of his service." "Sir," cried Lismahago, "I must insist upon taking personal vengeance for the personal injuries I have sustained." After some debate the affair was adjusted in this manner. His lordship, meeting us at our friend's house, declared he was sorry for what had happened, and that he had no intention to give umbrage. The valet de chambre asked pardon of the lieutenant upon his knees, when Lismahago, to the astonishment of all present, gave him a violent kick on the face, which laid him on his back, exclaiming in a furious tone, "Oui, je te pardonne, Jean Foutre." Such was the fortunate issue of this perilous adventure, which threatened abundance of vexation to our family, for the squire is one of those who will sacrifice both life and fortune rather than leave what they conceive to be the least speck or blemish upon their honour and reputation. His lordship had no sooner pronounced his apology, with a very bad grace, than he went away in some disorder, and I dare say he will never invite another Welshman to his table. We forthwith quitted the field of this achievement, in order to prosecute our journey; but we follow no determinate course. We make small deviations to see the remarkable towns, villas, and curiosities on each side of our route, so that we advance by slow steps towards the borders of Monmouthshire. But in the midst of these irregular motions, there is no aberration nor eccentricity in that affection with which I am, dear Wat, yours always, J. Melford. September 28th. End of Section 68.
To Dr. Lewis. Dear Dick, at what time of life may a man think himself exempted from the necessity of sacrificing his repose to the punctilios of a contemptible world? I have been engaged in a ridiculous adventure, which I shall recount at meeting, and this, I hope, will not be much longer delayed, as we have now performed almost all our visits, and seen every thing that I think has any right to retard us in our journey homewards. A few days ago, understanding by accident that my old friend Baynard was in the country, I would not pass so near his habitation without paying him a visit, though our correspondence had been interrupted for a long course of years. I felt myself very sensibly affected by the idea of our past intimacy, as we approached the place where we had spent so many happy days together. But when we arrived at the house, I could not recognize any one of those objects which had been so deeply impressed upon my remembrance. The tall oaks that shaded the avenue had been cut down, and the iron gates at the end of it removed, together with the high wall that surrounded the court yard. The house itself, which was formerly a convent of Cistercian monks, had a venerable appearance, and along the front that looked into the garden was a stone gallery, which afforded me many an agreeable walk, when I was disposed to be contemplative. Now the old front is covered with a screen of modern architecture, so that all without is Grecian, and all within Gothic. As for the garden, which was well stocked with the best fruit which England could produce, there is not now the least vestige remaining of trees, walls, or hedges. Nothing appears but a naked circus of loose sand, with a dry basin and a leaden triton in the middle. You must know that Baynard, at his father's death, had a clear estate of £1,500 a year, and was in other respects extremely well qualified to make a respectable figure in the commonwealth. But, what with some excesses of youth and the expense of a contested election, he in a few years found himself encumbered with a debt of £10,000, which he resolved to discharge by means of a prudent marriage. He accordingly married a Miss Thompson, whose fortune amounted to double the sum that he owed. She was the daughter of a citizen who had failed in trade, but her fortune came by an uncle, who died in the East Indies. Her own parents being dead, she lived with a maiden aunt, who had superintended her education, and in all appearance was well enough qualified for the usual purposes of the married state. Her virtues, however, stood rather upon a negative than a positive foundation. She was neither proud, insolent, nor capricious, nor given to scandal, nor addicted to gaming, nor inclined to gallantry. She could read and write, and dance and sing, and play upon the harpsichord, and smatter French, and take a hand at whist and ombre, but even these accomplishments she possessed by halves. She excelled in nothing. Her conversation was flat, her style mean, and her expression embarrassed. In a word, her character was totally insipid. Her person was not disagreeable, but there was nothing graceful in her address, nor engaging in her manners, and she was so ill qualified to do the honours of the house, that when she sat at the head of the table one was always looking for the mistress of the family in some other place. Baynard had flattered himself that it would be no difficult matter to mould such a subject after his own fashion, and that she would cheerfully enter into his views, which were wholly turned to domestic happiness. He proposed to reside always in the country, of which he was fond to a degree of enthusiasm; to cultivate his estate, which was very improvable; to enjoy the exercise of rural diversions; to maintain an intimacy of correspondence with some friends that were settled in his neighbourhood; to keep a comfortable house without suffering his expense to exceed the limits of his income; and to find pleasure and employ merit for his wife in the management and avocations of her own family. This, however, was a visionary scheme, which he never was able to realize. His wife was as ignorant as a new-born babe of every thing that related to the conduct of a family, and she had no idea of a country life. Her understanding did not reach so far as to comprehend the first principles of discretion; and indeed, if her capacity had been better than it was, her natural indolence would not have permitted her to abandon a certain routine to which she had been habituated. She had not taste enough to relish any rational enjoyment, but her ruling passion was vanity, not that species which arises from self-conceit of superior accomplishments, but that which is of a bastard and idiot nature, excited by shew and ostentation, which implies not even the least consciousness of any personal merit. The nuptial peal of noise and nonsense being rung out in all the usual changes, Mr. Baynard thought it high time to make her acquainted with the particulars of the plan which he had projected. He told her that his fortune, though sufficient to afford all the comforts of life, was not ample enough to command all the superfluities of pomp and pageantry, which indeed were equally absurd and intolerable. He therefore hoped she would have no objection to their leaving London in the spring, when he would take the opportunity to dismiss some unnecessary domestics whom he had hired for the occasion of their marriage. She heard him in silence, and after some pause, "So," said she, "I am to be buried in the country." He was so confounded at this reply, that he could not speak for some minutes. At length he told her he was much mortified to find he had proposed any thing that was disagreeable to her ideas. "I am sure," added he, "I meant nothing more than to lay down a comfortable plan of living within the bounds of our fortune, which is but moderate." "Sir," said she, "you are the best judge of your own affairs. My fortune, I know, does not exceed £20,000; yet, even with that pittance, I might have had a husband who would not have begrudged me a house in London." "Good God, my dear!" cried poor Baynard, in the utmost agitation, "you don't think me so sordid. I only hinted what I thought, but I don't pretend to impose." "Yes, sir," resumed the lady, "it is your prerogative to command, and my duty to obey." So saying, she burst into tears, and retired to her chamber, where she was joined by her aunt. He endeavoured to recollect himself, and act with vigour of mind on this occasion, but was betrayed by the tenderness of his nature, which was the greatest defect of his constitution. He found the aunt in tears, and the niece in a fit, which held her the best part of 8 hours, at the expiration of which she began to talk incoherently about death and her dear husband, who who had sat by her all this time, and now pressed her hand to his lips in a transport of grief and penitence for the offence she had given. From thenceforward he carefully avoided mentioning the country, and they continued to be sucked deeper and deeper into the vortex of extravagance and dissipation, leading what is called a fashionable life in town. About the latter end of July, however, Mrs Baynard, in order to exhibit a proof of conjugal obedience, desired of her own accord that they might pay a visit to his country house, as there was no company left in London. He would have excused himself from this excursion, which was no part of the economical plan he had proposed, but she insisted upon making this sacrifice to his taste and prejudices, and away they went with such an equipage as astonished the whole country. All that remained of the season was engrossed by receiving and returning visits in the neighbourhood, and in this intercourse it was discovered that Sir John Chickwell had a house steward and one footman in livery more than the complement of Mr Baynard's household. This remark was made by the aunt at table, and assented to by the husband, who observed that Sir John Chickwell might very well afford to keep more servants than were found in the family of a man who had not half his fortune. Mrs Baynard ate no supper that evening, but was seized with a violent fit, which completed her triumph over the spirit of her consort. The 2 supernumerary servants were added, the family plate was sold for old silver, and a new service procured. Fashionable furniture was provided, and the whole house turned topsy-turvy. At their return to London in the beginning of winter, he, with a heavy heart, communicated these particulars to me in confidence. Before his marriage he had introduced me to the lady as his particular friend, and I now offered, in that character, to lay before her the necessity of reforming her economy, if she had any regard to the interest of her own family, or complaisance for the inclinations of her husband. But Baynard declined my offer on the supposition that his wife's nerves were too delicate to bear expostulation, and that it would only serve to overwhelm her with such distress as would make himself miserable. Baynard is a man of spirit, and had she proved a termagant, he would have known how to deal with her; but either by accident or instinct, she fastened upon the weak side of his soul, and held it so fast, that he has been in subjection ever since. I afterwards advised him to carry her abroad, to France or Italy, where he might gratify her vanity for half the expense it cost him in England, and this advice he followed accordingly. She was agreeably flattered with the idea of seeing and knowing foreign parts and foreign fashions, of being presented to sovereigns, and living familiarly with princes. She forthwith seized the hint which I had thrown out on purpose, and even pressed Mr Baynard to hasten his departure, so that in a few weeks they crossed the sea to France with a moderate train, still including the aunt, who was her bosom counsellor, and abetted her in all her oppositions to her husband's will. Since that period I have had little or no opportunity to renew our former correspondence. All that I knew of his transactions amounted to no more than that, after an absence of 2 years, they returned so little improved in economy, that they launched out into new oceans of extravagance, which at length obliged him to mortgage his estate. By this time she had bore him 3 children, of which the last only survives, a puny boy of 12 or 13, who will be ruined in his education by the indulgence of his mother. As for Baynard, neither his own good sense, nor the dread of indigence, nor the consideration of his children, has been of force sufficient to stimulate him into the resolution of breaking at once the shameful spell by which he seems enchanted. With a taste capable of the most refined enjoyment, a heart glowing with all the warmth of friendship and humanity, and a disposition strongly turned to the more rational pleasures of a retired and country life, he is hurried about, in a perpetual tumult, amidst a mob of beings pleased with rattles, baubles, and gewgaws, so void of sense and distinction, that even the most acute philosopher would find it a very hard task to discover for what wise purpose of Providence they were created. Friendship is not to be found, nor can the amusements for which he sighs be enjoyed within the rotation of absurdity to which he is doomed for life. He has long resigned all views of improving his fortune by management and attention to the exercise of husbandry, in which he delighted; and as to domestic happiness, not the least glimpse of hope remains to amuse his imagination. Thus, blasted in all his prospects, he could not fail to be overwhelmed with melancholy and chagrin, which have preyed upon his health and spirits in such a manner that he is now threatened with a consumption. I have given you a sketch of the man whom the other day I went to visit. At the gate we found a great number of powdered lacqueys, but no civility. After we had sat a considerable time in the coach, we were told that Mr Baynard had rode out, and that his lady was dressing; but we were introduced to a parlour so very fine and delicate, that in all appearance it was designed to be seen only, not inhabited. The chairs and couches were carved, gilt, and covered with rich damask, so smooth and slick, that they looked as if they had never been sat upon. There was no carpet upon the floor, but the boards were rubbed and waxed in such a manner that we could not walk, but were obliged to slide along them; and as for the stove, it was too bright and polished to be polluted with sea coal, or stained by the smoke of any gross material fire. When we had remained above half an hour, sacrificing to the inhospitable powers in the temple of cold reception, my friend Baynard arrived, and understanding we were in the house, made his appearance; so meagre, yellow, and dejected, that I really should not have known him, had I met with him in any other place. Running up to me with great eagerness, he strained me in his embrace, and his heart was so full, that for some minutes he could not speak. Having saluted us all round, he perceived our uncomfortable situation, and conducting us into another apartment, which had fire in the chimney, called for chocolate. Then withdrawing, he returned with a compliment from his wife, and in the mean time presented his son Harry, a shambling, blear-eyed boy, in the habit of a hussar, very rude, forward, and impertinent. His father would have sent him to a boarding school, but his mamma and aunt would not hear of his lying out of the house, so that there was a clergyman engaged as his tutor in the family. As it was but just turned of 12, and the whole house was in commotion to prepare a formal entertainment, I foresaw it would be late before we dined, and proposed a walk to Mr Baynard, that we might converse together freely. In the course of this perambulation, when I expressed some surprise that he had returned so soon from Italy, he gave me to understand that his going abroad had not at all answered the purpose for which he left England; that although the expense of living was not so great in Italy as at home, respect being had to the same rank of life in both countries, it had been found necessary for him to lift himself above his usual style, that he might be on some footing with the counts, marquises, and cavaliers with whom he kept company. He was obliged to hire a great number of servants, to take off a great variety of rich clothes, and to keep a sumptuous table for the fashionable scorsoni of the country, who, without a consideration of this kind, would not have paid any attention to an untitled foreigner, let his family or fortune be ever so respectable. Besides, Mrs Baynard was continually surrounded by a train of expensive loungers, under the denominations of language masters, musicians, painters, and ciceroni, and had actually fallen into the disease of buying pictures and antiques upon her own judgment, which was far from being infallible. At length she met with an affront, which gave her disgust to Italy, and drove her back to England with some precipitation. By means of frequenting the Duchess of Bedford's conversation while her Grace was at Rome, Mrs Baynard became acquainted with all the fashionable people of that city, and was admitted to their assemblies without scruple. Thus favoured, she conceived too great an idea of her own importance, and when the Duchess left Rome, resolved to have a conversation that should leave the Romans no room to regret her Grace's departure. She provided hands for a musical entertainment, and sent biglietti of invitation to every person of distinction, but not one Roman of the female sex appeared at her assembly. She was that night seized with a violent fit, and kept her bed 3 days, at the expiration of which she declared that the air of Italy would be the ruin of her constitution. In order to prevent this catastrophe, she was speedily removed to Geneva, from whence they returned to England by the way of Lyons and Paris. By the time they arrived at Calais, she had purchased such a quantity of silks, stuffs, and laces, that it was necessary to hire a vessel to smuggle them over, and this vessel was taken by a custom house cutter, so that they lost the whole cargo, which had cost them above £800. It now appears that her travels had produced no effect upon her, but that of making her more expensive and fantastic than ever. She affected to lead the fashion, not only in point of female dress, but in every article of taste and connoisseurship. She made a drawing of the new façade to the house in the country. She pulled up the trees, and pulled down the walls of the garden, so as to let in the easterly wind, which Mr Baynard's ancestors had been at great pains to exclude. To shew her taste in laying out ground, she seized into her own hand a farm of 200 acres, about a mile from the house, which she parcelled out into walks and shrubberies, having a great basin in the middle, into which she poured a whole stream that turned 2 mills, and afforded the best trout in the country. The bottom of the basin, however, was so ill secured, that it would not hold the water which strained through the earth, and made a bog of the whole plantation. In a word, the ground, which formerly paid him £150 a year, now cost him £200 a year to keep it in tolerable order, over and above the first expense of trees, shrubs, flowers, turf, and gravel. There was not an inch of garden ground left about the house, nor a tree that produced fruit of any kind; nor did he raise a truss of hay or a bushel of oats for his horses, nor had he a single cow to afford milk for his tea. Far less did he ever dream of feeding his own mutton, pigs, and poultry. Every article of housekeeping, even the most inconsiderable, was brought from the next market town, at the distance of 5 miles, and thither they sent a courier every morning to fetch hot rolls for breakfast. In short, Baynard fairly owned that he spent double his income, and that in a few years he should be obliged to sell his estate for the payment of his creditors. He said that his wife had such delicate nerves and such imbecility of spirit, that she could neither bear remonstrance, be it ever so gentle, nor practise any scheme of retrenchment, even if she perceived the necessity of such a measure. He had, therefore, ceased struggling against the stream, and endeavoured to reconcile himself to ruin, by reflecting that his child at least would inherit his mother's fortune, which was secured to him by the contract of marriage. The detail which he gave me of his affairs filled me at once with grief and indignation. I inveighed bitterly against the indiscretion of his wife, and reproached him with his unmanly acquiescence under the absurd tyranny which she exerted. I exhorted him to recollect his resolution, and make one effectual effort to disengage himself from a thraldom equally shameful and pernicious. I offered him all the assistance in my power. I undertook to regulate his affairs, and even to bring about a reformation in his family, if he would only authorize me to execute the plan I should form for his advantage. I was so affected by the subject, that I could not help mingling tears with my remonstrances, and Baynard was so penetrated with these marks of my affection, that he lost all power of utterance. He pressed me to his breast with great emotion, and wept in silence. At length he exclaimed, "Friendship is undoubtedly the most precious balm of life. Your words, dear Bramble, have in a great measure recalled me from an abyss of despondence, in which I have been long overwhelmed. I will, upon honour, make you acquainted with a distinct state of my affairs, and, as far as I am able to go, will follow the course you prescribe. But there are certain lengths which my nature— the truth is, there are tender connections of which a bachelor has no idea. Shall I own my weakness? I cannot bear the thoughts of making that woman uneasy." "And yet," cried I, "she has seen you unhappy for a series of years; unhappy from her misconduct, without ever shewing the least inclination to alleviate your distress." "Nevertheless," said he, "I am persuaded she loves me with the most warm affection; but these are incongruities in the composition of the human mind, which I hold to be inexplicable." I was shocked at his infatuation, and changed the subject, after we had agreed to maintain a close correspondence for the future. He then gave me to understand, that he had 2 neighbours, who, like himself, were driven by their wives at full speed in the high road to bankruptcy and ruin. All the 3 husbands were of dispositions very different from each other, and according to this variation their consorts were admirably suited to the purpose of keeping them all 3 in subjection. The views of the ladies were exactly the same. They vied in grandeur, that is, in ostentation, with the wife of Sir Charles Chickwell, who had 4 times their fortune; and she again piqued herself upon making an equal figure with a neighbouring peeress, whose revenue trebled her own. Here then was the fable of the frog and the ox realized in 4 different instances within the same county; 1 large fortune and 3 moderate estates, in a fair way of being burst by the inflation of female vanity; and in 3 of these instances 3 different forms of female tyranny were exercised. Mr Baynard was subjugated by practising upon the tenderness of his nature. Mr Milkson, being of a timorous disposition, truckled to the insolence of a termagant. Mr Sowerby, who was of a temper neither to be moved by fits nor driven by menaces, had the fortune to be fitted with a helpmate, who assailed him with the weapons of irony and satire, sometimes sneering in the way of compliment, sometimes throwing out sarcastic comparisons, implying reproaches upon his want of taste, spirit, and generosity, by which means she stimulated his passions from one act of extravagance to another, just as the circumstances of her vanity required. All these three ladies have at this time the same number of horses, carriages, and servants, in and out of livery, the same variety of dress, the same quantity of plate and china, the like ornaments and furniture, and in their entertainments they endeavour to exceed one another in the variety, delicacy, and expense of their dishes. I believe it will be found upon enquiry that 19 out of 20 who are ruined by extravagance fall a sacrifice to the ridiculous pride and vanity of silly women, whose parts are held in contempt by the very men whom they pillage and enslave. Thank heaven, Dick, that among all the follies and weaknesses of human nature I have not yet fallen into that of matrimony. After Baynard and I had discussed all these matters at leisure, we returned towards the house, and met Jery with our two women, who had come forth to take the air, as the lady of the mansion had not yet made her appearance. In short, Mrs Baynard did not produce herself till about a quarter of an hour before dinner was upon the table. Then her husband brought her into the parlour, accompanied by her aunt and son, and she received us with a coldness of reserve sufficient to freeze the very soul of hospitality. Though she knew I had been the intimate friend of her husband, and had often seen me with him in London, she shewed no marks of recognition or regard when I addressed myself to her in the most friendly terms of salutation. She did not even express the common compliment of "I am glad to see you," or "I hope you have enjoyed your health since we had the pleasure of seeing you," or some such words of course; nor did she once open her mouth in the way of welcome to my sister and my niece, but sat in silence like a statue, with an aspect of insensibility. Her aunt, the model upon which she had been formed, was indeed the very essence of insipid formality; but the boy was very pert and impudent, and prated without ceasing. At dinner, the lady maintained the same ungracious indifference, never speaking but in whispers to her aunt; and as to the repast, it was made up of a parcel of kickshaws, contrived by a French cook, without one substantial article adapted to the satisfaction of an English appetite. The pottage was little better than bread soaked in dish-washings, lukewarm. The ragouts looked as if they had been once eaten and half digested, the fricassees were involved in a nasty yellow poultice, and the rotists were scorched and stinking for the honour of the fumet. The dessert consisted of faded fruit and iced froth, a good emblem of our landlady's character. The table beer was sour, the water foul, and the wine vapid. But there was a parade of plate and china, and a powdered lacquey stood behind every chair, except those of the master and mistress of the house, who were served by two valets dressed like gentlemen. We dined in a large old Gothic parlour, which was formerly the hall. It was now paved with marble, and notwithstanding the fire, which had been kindled about an hour, struck me with such a chill sensation, that when I entered it the teeth chattered in my jaws. In short, every thing was cold, comfortless, and disgusting, except the looks of my friend Baynard, which declared the warmth of his affection and humanity. After dinner, we withdrew into another apartment, where the boy began to be impertinently troublesome to my niece Liddy. He wanted a playfellow, forsooth, and would have romped with her, had she encouraged his advances. He was even so impudent as to snatch a kiss, at which she changed countenance and seemed uneasy; and though his father checked him for the rudeness of his behaviour, he became so outrageous as to thrust his hand in her bosom, an insult to which she did not tamely submit, though one of the mildest creatures upon earth. Her eyes sparkling with resentment, she started up, and lent him such a box in the ear as sent him staggering to the other side of the room. "Miss Melford," cried his father, "you have treated him with the utmost propriety. I am only sorry that the impertinence of any child of mine should have occasioned this exertion of your spirit, which I cannot but applaud and admire." His wife was so far from assenting to the candour of his apology, that she rose from the table, and taking her son by the hand, "Come, child," said she, "your father cannot abide you." So saying, she retired with this hopeful youth, and was followed by her gouvernante; but neither the one nor the other deigned to take the least notice of the company. Baynard was exceedingly disconcerted, but I perceived his uneasiness was tinctured with resentment, and derived a good omen from this discovery. I ordered the horses to be put to the carriage, and though he made some efforts to detain us all night, I insisted upon leaving the house immediately. But before I went away, I took an opportunity of speaking to him again in private. I said every thing I could recollect to animate his endeavours in shaking off those shameful trammels. I made no scruple to declare that his wife was unworthy of that tender complaisance which he had shewn for her foibles, that she was dead to all the genuine sentiments of conjugal affection, insensible of her own honour and interest, and seemingly destitute of common sense and reflection. I conjured him to remember what he owed to his father's house, to his own reputation, and to his family, including even this unreasonable woman herself, who was driving on blindly to her own destruction. I advised him to form a plan for retrenching superfluous expense, and try to convince the aunt of the necessity for such a reformation, that she might gradually prepare her niece for its execution; and I exhorted him to turn that disagreeable piece of formality out of the house, if he should find her averse to his proposal. Here he interrupted me with a sigh, observing that such a step would undoubtedly be fatal to Mrs Baynard. "I shall lose all patience," cried I, "to hear you talk so weakly. Mrs Baynard's fits will never hurt her constitution. I believe in my conscience they are all affected. I am sure she has no feeling for your distresses, and when you are ruined, she will appear to have no feeling for her own." Finally, I took his word and honour that he would make an effort, such as I had advised; that he would form a plan of economy; and, if he found it impracticable without my assistance, he would come to Bath in the winter, where I promised to give him the meeting, and contribute all in my power to the retrieval of his affairs. With this mutual engagement we parted, and I shall think myself supremely happy, if, by my means, a worthy man whom I love and esteem can be saved from misery, disgrace, and despair. I have only one friend more to visit in this part of the country, but he is of a complexion very different from that of Baynard. You have heard me mention Sir Thomas Bulford, whom I knew in Italy. He is now become a country gentleman; but being disabled by the gout from enjoying any amusement abroad, he entertains himself within doors by keeping open house for all comers, and playing upon the oddities and humours of his company; but he himself is generally the greatest original at his table. He is very good humoured, talks much, and laughs without ceasing. I am told that all the use he makes of his understanding at present is to excite mirth by exhibiting his guests in ludicrous attitudes. I know not how far we may furnish him with entertainment of this kind, but I am resolved to beat up his quarters, partly with a view to laugh with the knight himself, and partly to pay my respects to his lady, a good-natured, sensible woman, with whom he lives upon very easy terms, although she has not had the good fortune to bring him an heir to his estate. And now, dear Dick, I must tell you, for your comfort, that you are the only man upon earth to whom I would presume to send such a long-winded epistle, which I could not find in my heart to curtail, because the subject interested the warmest passions of my heart. Neither will I make any other apology to a correspondent who has been so long accustomed to the impertinence of Mat Bramble, September 30. End of Section 69.
To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, at Oxford. Dear Knight, I believe there is something mischievous in my disposition, for nothing diverts me so much as to see certain characters tormented with false terrors. We last night lodged at the house of Sir Thomas Bulford, an old friend of my uncle, a jolly fellow of moderate intellects, who, in spite of the gout which hath lamed him, is resolved to be merry to the last; and mirth he has a particular knack in extracting from his guests, let their humour be ever so caustic or refractory. Besides our company, there was in the house a fat-headed justice of the peace, called Frogmore, and a country practitioner in surgery, who seemed to be our landlord's chief companion and confidant. We found the knight sitting on a couch, with his crutches by his side, and his feet supported on cushions; but he received us with a hearty welcome, and seems greatly rejoiced at our arrival. After tea, we were entertained with a sonata on the harpsichord by Lady Bulford, who sung and played to admiration. But Sir Thomas seemed to be a little asinine in the article of ears, though he affected to be in raptures, and begged his wife to favour us with an arietta of her own composing. This arietta, however, she no sooner began to perform than he and the justice fell asleep, but the moment she ceased playing, the knight waked snorting, and exclaimed, "O cara! What do you think, gentlemen? Will you talk any more of your Pargolese and your Corelli?" At the same time he thrust his tongue in one cheek, and leered with one eye at the doctor and me, who sat on his left hand. He concluded the pantomime with a loud laugh, which he could command at all times extempore. Notwithstanding his disorder, he did not do penance at supper, nor did he ever refuse his glass when the toast went round, but rather encouraged a quick circulation, both by precept and example. I soon perceived the doctor had made himself very necessary to the baronet. He was the whetstone of his wit, the butt of his satire, and his operator in certain experiments of humour which were occasionally tried upon strangers. Justice Frogmore was an excellent subject for this species of philosophy. Sleek and corpulent, solemn and shallow, he had studied Burne with uncommon application, but he studied nothing so much as the art of living, that is, eating well. This fat buck had often afforded good sport to our landlord, and he was frequently started with tolerable success in the course of this evening, but the baronet's appetite for ridicule seemed to be chiefly excited by the appearance, address, and conversation of Lismahago, whom he attempted in all different modes of exposition. But he put me in mind of a contest that I once saw betwixt a young hound and an old hedgehog. The dog turned him over and over, and bounced and barked and mumbled, but as often as he attempted to bite, he felt a prickle in his jaws, and recoiled in manifest confusion. The captain, when left to himself, will not fail to turn his ludicrous side to the company, but if any man attempts to force him into that attitude, he becomes stubborn as a mule, and unmanageable as an elephant unbroke. Divers tolerable jokes were cracked upon the justice, who ate a most unconscionable supper, and among other things a large plate of broiled mushrooms, which he had no sooner swallowed than the doctor observed, with great gravity, that they were of the kind called champignons, which in some constitutions has a poisonous effect. Mr. Frogmore, startled at this remark, asked in some confusion why he had not been so kind as to give him that notice sooner. He answered that he took it for granted, by his eating them so heartily, that he was used to the dish; but as he seemed to be under some apprehension, he prescribed a bumper of plague water, which the justice drank off immediately, and retired to rest, not without marks of terror and disquiet. At midnight we were shown to our different chambers, and in half an hour I was fast asleep in bed; but about 3 o'clock in the morning I was waked with a dismal cry of "Fire!" and starting up, ran to the window in my shirt. The night was dark and stormy, and a number of people, half dressed, ran backwards and forwards through the courtyard, with links and lanthorns, seemingly in the utmost hurry and trepidation. Slipping on my clothes in a twinkling, I ran downstairs, and upon inquiry found the fire was confined to a back stair, which led to a detached apartment where Lismahago lay. By this time the lieutenant was alarmed by bawling at his window, which was in the second story, but he could not find his clothes in the dark, and his room door was locked on the outside. The servants called to him that the house had been robbed, that without all doubt the villains had taken away his clothes, fastened the door, and set the house on fire, for the staircase was in flames. In this dilemma, the poor lieutenant ran about the room naked, like a squirrel in a cage, popping out his head at the window between whiles, and imploring assistance. At length the knight in person was brought out in his chair, attended by my uncle and all the family, including our Aunt Tabitha, who screamed and cried and tore her hair as if she had been distracted. Sir Thomas had already ordered his people to bring a long ladder, which was applied to the captain's window, and now he exhorted him earnestly to descend. There was no need of much rhetoric to persuade Lismahago, who forthwith made his exit by the window, roaring all the time to the people below to hold fast the ladder. Notwithstanding the gravity of the occasion, it was impossible to behold this scene without being seized with an inclination to laugh. The rueful aspect of the lieutenant in his shirt, with a quilted nightcap fastened under his chin, and his long lank limbs and posteriors exposed to the wind, made a very picturesque appearance when illumined by the links and torches which the servants held up to light him in his descent. All the company stood round the ladder, except the knight, who sat in his chair, exclaiming from time to time, "Lord have mercy upon us! Save the gentleman's life! Mind your footing, dear captain! Softly! Stand fast! Clasp the ladder with both hands! There! Well done, my dear boy! Oh, bravo! An old soldier for ever! Bring a blanket, bring a warm blanket to comfort his poor carcass. Warm the bed in the green room. Give me your hand, dear captain. I'm rejoiced to see thee safe and sound with all my heart." Lismahago was received at the bottom of the ladder by his inamorata, who, snatching a blanket from one of the maids, wrapped it about his body. Two men-servants took him under the arms, and a female conducted him to the green room, still accompanied by Mistress Tabitha, who saw him fairly put to bed. During this whole transaction he spoke not a syllable, but looked exceeding grim, sometimes at one, sometimes at another of the spectators, who now adjourned in a body to the parlour where we had supped, every one surveying another with marks of astonishment and curiosity. The knight, being seated in an easy chair, seized my uncle by the hand, and bursting into a long and loud laugh, "Mat," cried he, "crown me with oak, or ivy, or laurel, or parsley, or what you will, and acknowledge this to be a coup de maître in the way of waggery. Ha, ha, ha! Such a camisciata, scagliata, beffata! Oh, che roba! Oh, what a subject! Oh, what caricatura! Oh, for a Rosa, a Rembrandt, a Schalken! Zooks, I'd give 100 guineas to have it painted. What a fine descent from the cross, or ascent to the gallows! What light and shadows! What a group below! What expression above! What an aspect! Did you mind the aspect? Ha, ha, ha! And the limbs and the muscles, every toe denoted terror. Ha, 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 ha! Then the blanket, oh, what costume! St. Andrew, St. Lazarus, St. Barabbas, ha, 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 ha! After all, then, cried Mr. Bramble very gravely, this was no more than a false alarm. We have been frightened out of our beds, and almost out of our senses, for the joke's sake." "Ay, and such a joke!" cried our landlord, "such a farce, such a denouement, such a catastrophe." "Have a little patience," replied our squire, "we are not yet come to the catastrophe, and pray God it may not turn out a tragedy instead of a farce. The captain is one of those saturnine subjects who have no idea of humour. He never laughs in his own person, nor can he bear that other people should laugh at his expense. Besides, if the subject had been properly chosen, the joke was too severe in all conscience." "'Sdeath!" cried the knight, "I could not have baited him an ace had he been my own father. And as for the subject, such another does not present itself once in half a century." Here Mistress Tabitha interposing, and bridling up, declared she did not see that Mr. Lismahago was a fitter subject for ridicule than the knight himself, and that she was very much afraid he would very soon find that he had mistaken his man. The baronet was a good deal disconcerted by this intimation, saying that he must be a Goth and a barbarian if he did not enter into the spirit of such a happy and humorous contrivance. He begged, however, that Mr. Bramble and his sister would bring him to reason, and this request was reinforced by Lady Bullford, who did not fail to read the baronet a lecture upon his indiscretion, which lecture he received with submission on one side of his face, and a leer upon the other. We now went to bed for the second time, and before I got up, my uncle had visited Lismahago in the green room, and used such arguments with him, that when we met in the parlour, he seemed to be quite appeased. He received the knight's apology with good grace, and even professed himself pleased at finding he had contributed to the diversion of the company. Sir Thomas shook him by the hand, laughing heartily, and then desired a pinch of snuff in token of perfect reconciliation. The lieutenant, putting his hand in his waistcoat pocket, pulled out, instead of his own Scotch mull, a very fine gold snuff-box, which he no sooner perceived than he said, "Here is a small mistake." "No mistake at all," cried the baronet. "A fair exchange is no robbery. Oblige me so far, captain, as to let me keep your mull as a memorial." "Sir," said the lieutenant, "the mull is much at your service, but this machine I can by no means retain. It looks like compounding a sort of felony in the code of honour. Besides, I don't know but there may be another joke in this conveyance, and I don't find myself disposed to be brought upon the stage again. I won't presume to make free with your pockets, but I beg you will put it up again with your own hand." So saying, with a certain austerity of aspect, he presented the snuff-box to the knight, who received it in some confusion, and restored the mull, which he would by no means keep, except on the terms of exchange. This transaction was like to give a grave cast to the conversation, when my uncle took notice that Mr. Justice Frogmore had not made his appearance, either at the night alarm, or now at the general rendezvous. The baronet, hearing Frogmore mentioned, "Odso!" cried he, "I had forgot the justice. Prithee, doctor, go and bring him out of his kennel." Then laughing till his sides were well shaken, he said he would show the captain that he was not the only person of the drama exhibited for the entertainment of the company. As to the night scene, it could not affect the justice, who had been purposely lodged in the farther end of the house, remote from the noise, and lulled with a dose of opium into the bargain. In a few minutes Mr. Justice was led into the parlour in his nightcap and loose morning gown, rolling his head from side to side and groaning piteously all the way. "Jesu, neighbour Frogmore!" exclaimed the baronet, "what is the matter? You look as if you was not a man for this world. Set him down softly on the couch. Poor gentleman! Lord have mercy upon us! What makes him so pale and yellow and bloated?" "Oh, Sir Thomas," cried the justice, "I doubt 'tis all over with me. Those mushrooms I ate at your table have done my business. Ah! Oh! Ah!" "Now the Lord forbid," said the other. "What, man, have a good heart. How does thy stomach feel, hey?" To this interrogation he made no reply, but throwing aside his nightgown, discovered that his waistcoat would not meet upon his belly by 5 good inches at least. "Heaven protect us all!" cried Sir Thomas. "What a melancholy spectacle! Never did I see a man so suddenly swelled, but when he was either just dead or just dying. Doctor, canst thou do nothing for this poor object?" "I don't think the case is quite desperate," said the surgeon, "but I would advise Mr. Frogmore to settle his affairs with all expedition. The parson may come and pray by him, while I prepare a glister and an emetic draught." The justice, rolling his languid eyes, ejaculated with great fervency, "Lord have mercy upon us! Christ have mercy upon us!" Then he begged the surgeon in the name of God to dispatch. "As for my worldly affairs," said he, "they are all settled but one mortgage, which must be left to my heirs. But my poor soul, what will become of my poor soul, miserable sinner that I am?" "Nay, prithee, my dear boy, compose thyself," resumed the knight. "Consider the mercy of heaven is infinite. Thou canst not have any sins of a very deep dye on thy conscience, or the devil's in't." "Name not the devil," exclaimed the terrified Frogmore. "I have more sins to answer for than the world dreams of. Ah, friend, I have been sly, damned sly. Send for the parson without loss of time, and put me to bed, for I am posting to eternity." He was accordingly raised from the couch, and supported by 2 servants, who led him back to his room. But before he quitted the parlour, he entreated the good company to assist him with their prayers. He added, "Take warning by me, who am suddenly cut off in my prime, like a flower of the field. And God forgive you, Sir Thomas, for suffering such poisonous trash to be eaten at your table." He was no sooner removed out of hearing than the baronet abandoned himself to a violent fit of laughing, in which he was joined by the greatest part of the company. But we could hardly prevent the good lady from going to undeceive the patient, by discovering that while he slept his waistcoat had been straightened by the contrivance of the surgeon, and that the disorder in his stomach and bowels was occasioned by some antimonial wine which he had taken overnight, under the denomination of plague water. She seemed to think that his apprehension might put an end to his life. The knight swore he was no such chicken, but a tough old rogue that would live long enough to plague all his neighbours. Upon inquiry, we found his character did not entitle him to much compassion or respect, and therefore we let our landlord's humour take its course. A glister was actually administered by an old woman of the family, who had been Sir Thomas's nurse, and the patient took a draught made with oxymel of squills to forward the operation of the antimonial wine, which had been retarded by the opiate of the preceding night. He was visited by the vicar, who read prayers, and began to take an account of the state of his soul, when those medicines produced their effect, so that the parson was obliged to hold his nose while he poured forth spiritual consolation from his mouth. The same expedient was used by the knight and me, who with the doctor entered the chamber at this juncture, and found Frogmore enthroned on an easing chair, under the pressure of a double evacuation. The short intervals betwixt every heave he employed in crying for mercy, confessing his sins, or asking the vicar's opinion of his case; and the vicar answered in a solemn snuffling tone that heightened the ridicule of the scene. The emetic having done its office, the doctor interfered, and ordered the patient to be put in bed again. When he examined the egesta, and felt his pulse, he declared that much of the virus was discharged, and giving him a composing draught, assured him he had good hopes of his recovery. This welcome hint he received with the tears of joy in his eyes, protesting that if he should recover, he would always think himself indebted for his life to the great skill and tenderness of his doctor, whose hand he squeezed with great fervour, and thus he was left to his repose. We were pressed to stay dinner, that we might be witnesses of his resuscitation; but my uncle insisted upon our departing before noon, that we might reach this town before it should be dark. In the meantime, Lady Bullford conducted us into the garden to see a fish pond just finished, which Mr Bramble censured as being too near the parlour, where the knight now sat by himself, dozing in an elbow chair after the fatigues of his morning achievement. In this situation he reclined, with his feet wrapped in flannel, and supported in a line with his body, when the door flying open with a violent shock, Lieutenant Lismahago rushed into the room with horror in his looks, exclaiming, "A mad dog! A mad dog!" and throwing up the window sash, leapt into the garden. Sir Thomas, waked by this tremendous exclamation, started up, and forgetting his gout, followed the lieutenant's example by a kind of instinctive impulse. He not only bolted through the window like an arrow from a bow, but ran up to his middle in the pond before he gave the least sign of recollection. Then the captain began to bawl, "Lord have mercy upon us! Pray take care of the gentleman. For God's sake, mind your footing, my dear boy. Get warm blankets, comfort his poor carcass. Warm the bed in the green room." Lady Bullford was thunderstruck at this phenomenon, and the rest of the company gazed in silent astonishment, while the servants hastened to assist their master, who suffered himself to be carried back into the parlour without speaking a word. Being instantly accommodated with dry clothes and flannels, comforted with a cordial, and replaced in statu quo, one of the maids was ordered to chafe his lower extremities, an operation in consequence of which his senses seemed to return and his good humour to revive. As we had followed him into the room, he looked at every individual in his turn with a certain ludicrous expression in his countenance, but fixed his eyes in particular upon Lismahago, who presented him with a pinch of snuff, and when he took it in silence, "Sir Thomas Bullford," said he, "I am much obliged to you for all your favours, and some of them I have endeavoured to repay in your own coin." "Give me thy hand," cried the baronet, thou hast indeed paid me scot and lot, and even left a balance in my hands, for which, in presence of this company, I promise to be accountable. So saying, he laughed very heartily, and even seemed to enjoy the retaliation which had been exacted at his own expense. But Lady Bullford looked very grave, and in all probability thought the lieutenant had carried his resentment too far, considering that her husband was valetudinary. But according to the proverb, he that will play at bowls must expect to meet with rubbers. I have seen a tame bear, very diverting when properly managed, become a very dangerous wild beast when teased for the entertainment of the spectators. As for Lismahago, he seemed to think the fright and the cold bath would have a good effect upon his patient's constitution; but the doctor hinted some apprehension that the gouty matter might, by such a sudden shock, be repelled from the extremities and thrown upon some of the more vital parts of the machine. I should be very sorry to see this prognostic verified upon our facetious landlord, who told Mrs Tabitha at parting that he hoped she would remember him in the distribution of the bride's favours, as he had taken so much pains to put the captain's parts and mettle to the proof. After all, I am afraid our squire will appear to be the greatest sufferer by the baronet's wit, for his constitution is by no means calculated for night alarms. He has yawned and shivered all day, and gone to bed without supper; so that, as we have got into good quarters, I imagine we shall make a halt tomorrow; in which case you will have at least 1 day's respite from the persecution of J. Melford. October 3rd. End of Section 70.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 71. To Mrs. Mary Jones at Brambleton Hall. Dear Mary Jones, Miss Liddy is so good as to unclose me in a kiver as far as Gloucester, and the carrier will bring it to hand. God send us all safe to Monmouthshire, for I'm quite jaded with rambling. 'Tis a true saying, live and learn. O woman, what chuckling and changing have I seen! Well, there's nothing sartain in this world. Who would have thought that mistress, after all the pains taken for the good of her precious soul, would go for to throw away her poor body? That she would cast the haze of infection upon such a carrion crow as Lashmehago, as old as Methusalem, as dry as a red herring, and as poor as a starved weasel. O Molly, hadst thou seen him come down the ladder, in a shirt so scanty that it could not kiver his nakedness! The young squire called him Dunquickset, but he looked for all the world like Cradock ap Morgan, the old tinker, that suffered at Abergany for stealing of kettle. Then he's a profane scuffle, and, as Mr Clinker says, no better than an infidel, continually playing upon the pie-bill and the new birth. I doubt he has as little manners as money, for he can't say a civil word, much more make me a present of a pair of gloves for good will; but he looks as if he wanted to be very forward and familiar. Oh, that ever a gentlewoman of years and discretion should tear her air, and cry and disporridge herself for such a nubjack! As the song goes, I vow she would fain love a bird, that bid such a price for an owl. But, for sartain, he must have dealt with some Scotch musician to bring her to this pass. As for me, I put my trust in the Lord; and I have got a slice of wych elm sewed in the gathers of my under petticoat; and Mr Clinker assures me, that by the new light of grease, I may deify the devil and his works. But I knows what I knows. If mistress should take up with Lashmehago, this is no sarvice for me. Thank God, there's no want of places; and if it wa'n't for one thing, I would. But, no matter Madame Baynard's woman has 20 good pounds a year and parquisites, and dresses like a parson of distinction. I dined with her and the Valet de Chambles, with bags and golden jackets; but there was nothing comfitable to eat, being as how they lived upon board, and having nothing but a piss of cold cuddling tart, and some blackmangy. I was tuck with the colic, and a mercy it was that mistress had her vial of acings in the cocks. But as I was saying, I think for sartain this match will go forward, for things are come to a creasis, and I have seen with my own bays much smuggling. But I scorn for to exclose the secrets of the family, and if it once comes to marrying, who knows but the frolic may go round. I believes as how Miss Liddy would have no reversion if her swan would appear; and you would be surprised, Molly, to receive a bride's fever from your humble sarvant. But this is all suppository, dear girl, and I have sullenly promised Mr Clinker that neither man, woman, nor child shall know that arrows said a civil thing to me in the way of infection. I hope to drink your health at Brambleton Hall, in a horn of October, before the month be out. Pray let my bed be turned once a day, and the window opened, while the weather is dry. And burn a few billets with some brush in the footman's garret, and see their mattress be dry as a bone; for both our gentlemen have got a sad cold by lying in damp shits at Sir Thomas Balfart's. No more at present, but my service to Saul and the rest of our fellow servants, being, Dear Mary Jones, always yours, Win. Jenkins, October 4. End of Section 71. Recording by Trisha G.
To Miss Letitia Willis, at Gloucester. My dear Letty, this method of writing to you from time to time, without any hopes of an answer, affords me, I own, some ease and satisfaction in the midst of my disquiet, as it, in some degree, lightens the burthen of affliction. But it is at best a very imperfect enjoyment of friendship, because it admits of no return of confidence and good counsel. I would give the whole world to have your company for a single day. I am heartily tired of this itinerant way of life. I am quite dizzy with a perpetual succession of objects. Besides, it is impossible to travel such a length of way without being exposed to inconveniences, dangers, and disagreeable accidents, which prove very grievous to a poor creature of weak nerves like me, and make me pay very dear for the gratification of my curiosity. Nature never intended me for the busy world. I long for repose and solitude, where I can enjoy that disinterested friendship which is not to be found among clouds, and indulge those pleasing reveries that shun the hurry and tumult of fashionable society. Unexperienced as I am in the commerce of life, I have seen enough to give me a disgust to the generality of those who carry it on. There is such malice, treachery, and dissimulation, even among professed friends and intimate companions, as cannot fail to strike a virtuous mind with horror. And when vice quits the stage for a moment, her place is immediately occupied by folly, which is often too serious to excite anything but compassion. Perhaps I ought to be silent on the foibles of my poor aunt, but with you, my dear Willis, I have no secrets; and, truly, her weaknesses are such as cannot be concealed. Since the first moment we arrived at Bath, she has been employed constantly in spreading nets for the other sex, and, at length, she has got a superannuated lieutenant who is in a fair way to make her change her name. My uncle and my brother seem to have no objection to this extraordinary match, which, I make no doubt, will afford abundance of matter for conversation and mirth. For my part, I am too sensible of my own weaknesses to be diverted with those of other people. At present I have something at heart that employs my whole attention, and keeps my mind in the utmost terror and suspense. Yesterday, in the forenoon, as I stood with my brother at the parlour window of an inn, where we had lodged, a person passed a horseback, whom, gracious heaven, I instantly discovered to be Wilson. He wore a white riding coat, with the cape buttoned up to his chin, looking remarkably pale, and passed at a round trot, without seeming to observe us. Indeed, he could not see us, for there was a blind that concealed us from the view. You may guess how I was affected by this apparition. The light forsook my eyes, and I was seized with such a palpitation and trembling that I could not stand. I sat down upon a couch, and strove to compose myself, that my brother might not perceive my agitation. But it was impossible to escape his prying eyes. He had observed the object that alarmed me, and, doubtless, knew him at the first glance. He now looked at me with a stern countenance. Then he ran out into the street to see what road the unfortunate horseman had taken. He afterwards dispatched his man for further intelligence, and seemed to meditate some violent design. My uncle being out of order, we remained another night at the inn, and all day long Jerry acted the part of an indefatigable spy upon my conduct. He watched my very looks with such eagerness of attention, as if he would have penetrated into the utmost recesses of my heart. This may be owing to his regard for my honour, if it is not the effect of his own pride. But he is so hot and violent and unrelenting, that the sight of him alone throws me into a flutter, and really it will not be in my power to afford him any share of my affection, if he persists in persecuting me at this rate. I am afraid he has formed some scheme of vengeance which will make me completely wretched. I am afraid he suspects some collusion from this appearance of Wilson. Good God! Did he really appear? Or was it only a phantom, a pale spectre to apprise me of his death? Oh, Letty, what shall I do? Where shall I turn for advice and consolation? Shall I implore the protection of my uncle, who has been always kind and compassionate? This must be my last resource. I dread the thoughts of making him uneasy, and would rather suffer 1,000 deaths than live the cause of dissension in the family. I cannot conceive the meaning of Wilson's coming hither. Perhaps it was in quest of us, in order to disclose his real name and situation. But wherefore pass without staying to make the least enquiry? My dear Willis, I am lost in conjecture. I have not closed an eye since I saw him. All night long have I been tossed about from one imagination to another. The reflection finds no resting place. I have prayed and sighed and wept plentifully. If this terrible suspense continues much longer, I shall have another fit of illness, and then the whole family will be in confusion. If it was consistent with the wise purposes of Providence, would I were in my grave. But it is my duty to be resigned. My dearest Letty, excuse my weakness, excuse these blots. My tears fall so fast that I cannot keep the paper dry. Yet I ought to consider that I have as yet no cause to despair, but I am such a faint-hearted, timorous creature. Thank God, my uncle is much better than he was yesterday. He is resolved to pursue our journey straight to Wales. I hope we shall take Gloucester in our way. That hope cheers my poor heart. I shall once more embrace my best beloved Willis, and pour all my griefs into her friendly bosom. O Heaven! Is it possible that such happiness is reserved for the dejected and forlorn Lydia Melford? October 4th. End of section 72.
To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Watkin, I yesterday met with an incident which I believe you will own to be very surprising. As I stood with Liddy at the window of the inn where we had lodged, who should pass by but Wilson, a horseback? I could not be mistaken in the person, for I had a full view of him as he advanced. I plainly perceived by my sister's confusion that she recognized him at the same time. I was equally astonished and incensed at his appearance, which I could not but interpret into an insult, or something worse. I ran out at the gate, and seeing him turn the corner of the street, I dispatched my servant to observe his motions, but the fellow was too late to bring me that satisfaction. He told me, however, that there was an inn called the Red Lion at that end of the town, where he supposed the horseman had alighted, but that he would not inquire without further orders. I sent him back immediately to know what strangers were in the house, and he returned with a report that there was one Mr. Wilson lately arrived. In consequence of this information, I charged him with a note directed to that gentleman, desiring him to meet me in half an hour in a certain field at the town's end, with a case of pistols, in order to decide the difference, which could not be determined at our last rencounter. But I did not think proper to subscribe the billet. My man assured me he had delivered it into his own hand, and that having read it, he declared he would wait upon the gentleman at the place and time appointed. M'Alpin being an old soldier, and luckily sober at the time, I entrusted him with my secret. I ordered him to be within call, and having given him a letter to be delivered to my uncle in case of accident, I repaired to the rendezvous, which was an enclosed field at a little distance from the highway. I found my antagonist had already taken his ground, wrapped in a dark horseman's coat, with a laced hat flapped over his eyes. But what was my astonishment, when, throwing off this wrapper, he appeared to be a person whom I had never seen before. He had one pistol stuck in a leather belt, and another in his hand ready for action, and advancing a few steps, called to know if I was ready. I answered no, and desired a parley, upon which he turned the muzzle of his piece towards the earth, then replaced it in his belt, and met me half way. When I assured him he was not the man I expected to meet, he said it might be so, that he had received a slip of paper directed to Mr. Wilson, requesting him to come hither, and that as there was no other in the place of that name, he naturally concluded the note was intended for him, and him only. I then gave him to understand that I had been injured by a person who assumed that name, which person I had actually seen within the hour passing through the street on horseback; that, hearing there was a Mr. Wilson at the Red Lion, I took it for granted he was the man, and in that belief had writ the billet; and I expressed my surprise that he, who was a stranger to me and my concerns, should give me such a rendezvous without taking the trouble to demand a previous explanation. He replied, that there was no other of his name in the whole country, that no such horseman had alighted at the Red Lion since 9 o'clock, when he arrived; that having had the honour to serve his majesty, he thought he could not decently decline any invitation of this kind, from what quarter soever it might come, and that if any explanation was necessary, it did not belong to him to demand it, but to the gentleman who summoned him into the field. Vexed as I was at this adventure, I could not help admiring the coolness of this officer, whose open countenance prepossessed me in his favour. He seemed to be turned of 40, wore his own short black hair, which curled naturally about his ears, and was very plain in his apparel. When I begged pardon for the trouble I had given him, he received my apology with great good humour. He told me that he lived about 10 miles off at a small farmhouse, which would afford me tolerable lodging if I would come and take diversion of hunting with him for a few weeks, in which case we might perhaps find out the man who had given me offence. I thanked him very sincerely for his courteous offer, which I told him I was not at liberty to accept at present, on account of my being engaged in a family party; and so we parted, with mutual professions of goodwill and esteem. Now tell me, dear knight, what am I to make of this singular adventure? Am I to suppose that the horseman I saw was really a thing of flesh and blood, or a bubble that vanished into air? Or must I imagine Liddy knows more of the matter than she chooses to disclose? If I thought her capable of carrying on any clandestine correspondence with such a fellow, I should at once discard all tenderness and forget that she was connected with me by the ties of blood. But how is it possible that a girl of her simplicity and inexperience should maintain such an intercourse, surrounded as she is with so many eyes, destitute of all opportunity, and shifting quarters every day of her life? Besides, she has solemnly promised. No, I can't think the girl so base, so insensible to the honour of her family. What disturbs me chiefly is the impression which these occurrences seem to make upon her spirits. These are the symptoms from which I conclude that the rascal has still a hold on her affection. Surely I have the right to call him a rascal, and to conclude that his designs are infamous. But it shall be my fault if he does not one day repent his presumption. I confess I cannot think, much less write on this subject, with any degree of temper or patience. I shall therefore conclude with telling you that we hope to be in Wales by the latter end of the month, but before that period you will probably hear again from your affectionate J. Melford. October 4th. End of section 73. To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, of Jesus College, Oxford. Dear Phillips, when I wrote you by last post, I did not imagine I should be tempted to trouble you again so soon, but I now sit down with a heart so full that it cannot contain itself, though I am under such agitation of spirits that you are to expect neither method nor connection in this address. We have been this day within a hair's breadth of losing honest Matthew Bramble, in consequence of a cursed accident, which I will endeavour to explain. In crossing the country to get into the post road, it was necessary to ford a river, and we that were a horseback passed without any danger or difficulty. But a great quantity of rain having fallen last night and this morning, there was such an accumulation of water that a mill head gave way, just as the coach was passing under it, and the flood rushed down with such impetuosity as first floated and then fairly overturned the carriage in the middle of the stream. Lismahago and I, and the two servants, alighting instantaneously, ran into the river to give all the assistance in our power. Our aunt, Mistress Tabitha, who had the good fortune to be uppermost, was already half way out of the coach window, when her lover, approaching, disengaged her entirely. But whether his foot slipped, or the burthen was too great, they fell over head and ears in each other's arms. He endeavoured more than once to get up, and even to disentangle himself from her embrace, but she hung about his neck like a millstone, no bad emblem of matrimony, and if my man had not proved a stanch auxiliary, those two lovers would in all probability have gone hand in hand to the shades below. For my part, I was too much engaged to take any cognizance of their distress. I snatched out my sister by the hair of the head, and dragging her to the bank, recollected that my uncle had not yet appeared. Rushing again into the stream, I met Clinker hauling ashore Mistress Jenkins, who looked like a mermaid with her hair dishevelled about her ears. But when I asked if his master was safe, he forthwith shook her from him, and she must have gone to pot if a miller had not seasonably come to her relief. As for Humphry, he flew like lightning to the coach, that was by this time filled with water, and diving into it, brought up the poor squire, to all appearance deprived of life. It is not in my power to describe what I felt at this melancholy spectacle. It was such an agony as baffles all description. The faithful Clinker, taking him up in his arms as if he had been an infant of 6 months, carried him ashore, howling most piteously all the way, and I followed him in a transport of grief and consternation. When he was laid upon the grass and turned from side to side, a great quantity of water ran out at his mouth. Then he opened his eyes and fetched a deep sigh. Clinker, perceiving these signs of life, immediately tied up his arm with a garter, and, pulling out a horse-fleam, let him blood in the farrier style. At first a few drops only issued from the orifice, but the limb being chafed, in a little time the blood began to flow in a continued stream, and he uttered some incoherent words, which were the most welcome sounds that ever saluted my ear. There was a country inn hard by, the landlord of which had by this time come with his people to give their assistance. Thither my uncle, being carried, was undressed and put to bed, wrapped in warm blankets. But having been moved too soon, he fainted away, and once more lay without sense or motion, notwithstanding all the efforts of Clinker and the landlord, who bathed his temples with Hungary water, and held a smelling bottle to his nose. As I had heard of the efficacy of salt in such cases, I ordered all that was in the house to be laid under his head and body; and whether this application had the desired effect, or nature of herself prevailed, he in less than a quarter of an hour began to breathe regularly, and soon retrieved his recollection, to the unspeakable joy of all the bystanders. As for Clinker, his brain seemed to be affected. He laughed and wept, and danced about in such a distracted manner, that the landlord very judiciously conveyed him out of the room. My uncle, seeing me dropping wet, comprehended the whole of what had happened, and asked if all the company was safe. Being answered in the affirmative, he insisted upon my putting on dry clothes, and having swallowed a little warm wine, desired he might be left to his repose. Before I went to shift myself, I inquired about the rest of the family. I found Mistress Tabitha still delirious from her fright, discharging very copiously the water she had swallowed. She was supported by the captain, distilling drops from his uncurled periwig, so lank and so dank, that he looked like Father Thames without his sedges, embracing Isis, while she cascaded in his urn. Mrs Jenkins was present also, in a loose bedgown, without either cap or handkerchief, but she seemed to be as little compos mentis as her mistress, and acted so many cross purposes in the course of her attendance, that between the two, Lismahago had occasion for all his philosophy. As for Liddy, I thought the poor girl would have actually lost her senses. The good woman of the house had shifted her linen and put her into bed, but she was seized with the idea that her uncle had perished, and in this persuasion made a dismal outcry. Nor did she pay the least regard to what I said, when I solemnly assured her he was safe. Mr Bramble, hearing the noise, and being informed of her apprehension, desired she might be brought into his chamber, and she no sooner received this intimation than she ran thither half naked, with the wildest expression of eagerness in her countenance. Seeing the squire sitting up in the bed, she sprung forwards, and throwing her arms about his neck, exclaimed in a most pathetic tone, "Are you indeed my uncle? My dear uncle, my best friend, my father? Are you really living? Or is it an illusion of my poor brain?" Honest Matthew was so much affected that he could not help shedding tears, while he kissed her forehead, saying, "My dear Liddy, I hope I shall live long enough to show how sensible I am of your affection. But your spirits are fluttered, child. You want rest. Go to bed and compose yourself."
"Well, I will," she replied, "but still methinks this cannot be real. The coach was full of water. My uncle was under us all. Gracious God, you was under water. How did you get out? Tell me that, or I shall think this is all a deception."
"In what manner I was brought out, I know as little as you do, my dear," said the squire. "And truly that is a circumstance of which I want to be informed." I would have given him a detail of the whole adventure, but he would not hear me until I should change my clothes, so that I had only time to tell him that he owed his life to the courage and fidelity of Clinker, and having given him this hint, I conducted my sister to her own chamber. This accident happened about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and in little more than an hour the hurricane was all over. But as the carriage was found to be so much damaged that it could not proceed without considerable repairs, a blacksmith and wheelwright were immediately sent for to the next market town, and we congratulated ourselves on being housed at an inn which, though remote from the post road, afforded exceeding good lodging. The women being pretty well composed, and the men all afoot, my uncle sent for his servant, and in the presence of Lismahago and me accosted him in these words: "So, Clinker, I find you are resolved I shan't die by water. As you have fished me up from the bottom at your own risk, you are at least entitled to all the money that was in my pocket, and there it is." So saying, he presented him with a purse containing 30 guineas, and a ring nearly of the same value.
"God forbid," cried Clinker, "your honour shall excuse me. I am a poor fellow, but I have a heart. Oh, if your honour did but know how I rejoice to see! Blessed be his holy name that made me the humble instrument. But as for the lucre of gain, I renounce it. I have done no more than my duty. No more than I would have done for the most worthless of my fellow creatures. No more than I would have done for Captain Lismahago or Archie MacAlpin, or any sinner upon earth. But for your worship, I would go through fire as well as water." "I do believe it, Humphry," said the squire; "but as you think it was your duty to save my life at the hazard of your own, I think it is mine to express the sense I have of your extraordinary fidelity and attachment. I insist upon your receiving this small token of my gratitude, but don't imagine that I look upon this as an adequate recompense for the service you have done me. I have determined to settle £30 a year upon you for life, and I desire these gentlemen will bear witness to this my intention, of which I have a memorandum in my pocket book." "Lord, make me thankful for all these mercies," cried Clinker, sobbing. "I have been a poor bankrupt from the beginning. Your honour's goodness found me when I was naked, when I was sick and forlorn. I understand your honour's looks. I would not give offence, but my heart is very full. And if your worship won't give me leave to speak, I must vent it in prayers to heaven for my benefactor."
When he quitted the room, Lismahago said, he should have a much better opinion of his honesty, if he did not whine and cant so abominably, but that he had always observed those weeping and praying fellows were hypocrites at bottom. Mr Bramble made no reply to this sarcastic remark, proceeding from the lieutenant's resentment of Clinker having, in pure simplicity of heart, ranked him with M'Alpin and the sinners of the earth. The landlord, being called to receive some orders about the beds, told the squire that his house was very much at his service, but he was sure he should not have the honour to lodge him and his company. He gave us to understand that his master, who lived hard by, would not suffer us to be at a public house when there was accommodation for us at his own, and that if he had not dined abroad in the neighbourhood, he would have undoubtedly come to offer his services at our first arrival. He then launched out in praise of that gentleman, whom he had served as butler, representing him as a perfect miracle of goodness and generosity. He said he was a person of great learning, and allowed to be the best farmer in the country; that he had a lady who was as much beloved as himself, and an only son, a very hopeful young gentleman, just recovered from a dangerous fever, which had like to have proved fatal to the whole family; for if the son had died, he was sure the parents would not have survived their loss. He had not yet finished the encomium of Mr Dennison, when this gentleman arrived in a post-chaise, and his appearance seemed to justify all that had been said in his favour. He is pretty well advanced in years, but hale, robust, and florid, with an ingenuous countenance, expressive of good sense and humanity. Having condoled with us on the accident which had happened, he said he was come to conduct us to his habitation, where we should be less incommoded than at such a paltry inn, and expressed his hope that the ladies would not be the worse for going thither in his carriage, as the distance was not above 1/4 mile. My uncle, having made a proper return to this courteous exhibition, eyed him attentively, and then asked if he had not been at Oxford, a commoner of Queen's College. When Mr Dennison answered, "Yes," with some marks of surprise, "Look at me, then," said our squire, "and let us see if you can recollect the features of an old friend whom you have not seen these 40 years." The gentleman, taking him by the hand, and gazing at him earnestly, "I protest," cried he, "I do think I recall the idea of Matthew Lloyd of Glamorganshire, who was student of Jesus." "Well remembered, my dear friend Charles Dennison," exclaimed my uncle, pressing him to his breast. "I am that very identical Matthew Lloyd of Glamorgan." Clinker, who had just entered the room with some coals for the fire, no sooner heard these words than, throwing down the scuttle on the toes of Lismahago, he began to caper as if he was mad, crying, "Matthew Lloyd of Glamorgan! Oh, Providence! Matthew Lloyd of Glamorgan!" Then, clasping my uncle's knees, he went on in this manner: "Your worship must forgive me, Matthew Lloyd of Glamorgan! Oh Lord, sir, I can't contain myself, I shall lose my senses." "Nay, thou hast lost them already, I believe," said the squire peevishly. "Prithee, Clinker, be quiet. What is the matter?" Humphry, fumbling in his bosom, pulled out an old wooden snuff-box, which he presented in great trepidation to his master, who, opening it immediately, perceived a small cornelian seal, and 2 scraps of paper. At sight of these articles he started, and changed colour, and casting his eye upon the inscriptions, "Ah! How? What? "Where," cried he, "is the person here named?" Clinker, knocking his own breast, could hardly pronounce these words. "Here, here, here is Matthew Loyd, as the certificate showeth. Humphry Clinker was the name of the farrier that took me prentice." "And who gave you these tokens?" said my uncle hastily. "My poor mother on her deathbed," replied the other. "And who was your mother?" "Dorothy Twyford, an' please your honour, heretofore barkeeper at the Angel at Chippenham." "And why were not these tokens produced before?" "My mother told me she had wrote to Glamorganshire at the time of my birth, but had no answer; and that afterwards, when she made inquiry, there was no such person in that county." "And so in consequence of my changing my name, and going abroad at that very time, thy poor mother and thou have been left to want and misery. I really am shocked at the consequence of my own folly." Then laying his hand on Clinker's head, he added, "Stand forth, Matthew Loyd. You see, gentlemen, how the sins of my youth rise up in judgment against me. Here is my direction written with my own hand, and a seal which I left at the woman's request, and this is a certificate of the child's baptism, signed by the curate of the parish." The company were not a little surprised at this discovery, upon which Mr. Dennison facetiously congratulated both the father and the son. For my part, I shook my new-found cousin heartily by the hand, and Lismahago complimented him with the tears in his eyes, for he had been hopping about the room swearing in broad Scotch, and bellowing with the pain occasioned by the fall of the coal scuttle upon his foot. He had even vowed to drive the soul out of the body of that mad rascal, but perceiving the unexpected turn which things had taken, he wished him joy of his good fortune, observing that it went very near his heart, as he was like to be a great toe out of pocket by the discovery. Mr. Dennison now desired to know for what reason my uncle had changed the name by which he knew him at Oxford, and our squire satisfied him by answering to this effect: "I took my mother's name, which was Loyd, as heir to her lands in Glamorganshire; but when I came of age, I sold that property in order to clear my paternal estate, and resumed my real name, so that I am now Matthew Bramble of Brambleton Hall in Monmouthshire, at your service; and this is my nephew Jeremy Melford of Belfield, in the county of Glamorgan." At that instant, the ladies entering the room, he presented Mistress Tabitha as his sister, and Liddy as his niece. The old gentleman saluted them very cordially, and seemed struck with the appearance of my sister, whom he could not help surveying with a mixture of complacency and surprise. "Sister," said my uncle, "there is a poor relation that recommends himself to your good graces. The quondam Humphry Clinker is metamorphosed into Matthew Loyd, and claims the honour of being your carnal kinsman. In short, the rogue proves to be a crab of my own planting in the days of hot blood and unrestrained libertinism." Clinker had by this time dropped upon one knee by the side of Mistress Tabitha, who, eyeing him askance, and flirting her fan with marks of agitation, thought proper, after some conflict, to hold out her hand for him to kiss, saying, with a demure aspect, "Brother, you have been very wicked, but I hope you'll live to see the folly of your ways. I am very sorry to say the young man whom you have this day acknowledged has more grace and religion by the gift of God than you with all your profane learning and repeated opportunity. I do think he has got the trick of the eye and the tip of the nose of my uncle Lloyd of Llwydwelyn. And as for the long chin, it is the very moral of the governors. Brother, as you have changed his name, pray change his dress also. That livery does not become any person that hath got our blood in his veins. Liddy seemed much pleased with this acquisition to the family. She took him by the hand, declaring she should always be proud to own her connection with a virtuous young man, who had given so many proofs of his gratitude and affection to her uncle. Mistress Winifred Jenkins, extremely fluttered between her surprise at this discovery and the apprehension of losing her sweetheart, exclaimed in a giggling tone, "I wish you joy, Mr. Clinker. Floyd, I would say. You'll be so proud you won't look at your poor fellow servants. Oh!" Honest Clinker owned he was overjoyed at his good fortune, which was greater than he deserved. "But wherefore should I be proud?" said he. "A poor abject conceived in sin, and brought forth in iniquity, nursed in a parish workhouse, and bred in a smithy. Whenever I seem proud, Mistress Jenkins, I beg of you to put me in mind of the condition I was in when I first saw you between Chippenham and Marlborough." When this momentous affair was discussed to the satisfaction of all parties concerned, the weather being dry, the ladies declined the carriage, so that we walked all together to Mr. Dennison's house, where we found the tea ready prepared by his lady, an amiable matron, who received us with all the benevolence of hospitality. The house is old-fashioned and irregular, but lodgeable and commodious. To the south it has the river in front, at the distance of 100 paces, and on the north there is a rising ground covered with an agreeable plantation. The greens and walks are kept in the nicest order, and all is rural and romantic. I have not yet seen the young gentleman, who is on a visit to a friend in the neighbourhood, from whose house he is not expected till tomorrow. In the meantime, as there is a man going to the next market town with letters for the post, I take this opportunity to send you the history of this day, which has been remarkably full of adventures; and you will own I give you them like a beefsteak at Dolly's, hot and hot, without ceremony and parade, just as they come from the recollection of yours, J. Melford. End of Section 74.
Dear Dick, since the last trouble I gave you, I have met with a variety of incidents, some of them of a singular nature, which I reserve as a fund for conversation, but there are others so interesting that they will not keep in petto till meeting. Know then it was 1,000 to a sixpence that you should now be executing my will instead of perusing my letter. 2 days ago our coach was overturned in the midst of a rapid river, where my life was saved with the utmost difficulty by the courage, activity, and presence of mind of my servant Humphry Clinker. But this is not the most surprising circumstance of the adventure. The said Humphry Clinker proves to be Matthew Lloyd, natural son of one Matthew Lloyd of Glamorgan, if you know any such person. You see, doctor, that notwithstanding all your philosophy, it is not without some reason that the Welshman ascribes such energy to the force of blood. But we shall discuss this point on some future occasion. This is not the only discovery which I made in consequence of our disaster. We happened to be wrecked upon a friendly shore. The lord of the manor is no other than Charles Dennison, our fellow rake at Oxford. We are now happily housed with that gentleman, who has really attained to that pitch of rural felicity at which I have been aspiring these 20 years in vain. He is blessed with a consort whose disposition is suited to his own in all respects, tender, generous, and benevolent. She, moreover, possesses an uncommon share of understanding, fortitude, and discretion, and is admirably qualified to be his companion, confidant, counsellor, and coadjutrix. These excellent persons have an only son, about 19 years of age, just such a youth as they could have wished that heaven would bestow to fill up the measure of their enjoyment. In a word, they know no other allay to their happiness but their apprehension and anxiety about the life and concerns of this beloved object. Our old friend, who had the misfortune to be a second brother, was bred to the law, and even called to the bar, but he did not find himself qualified to shine in that province, and had very little inclination for his profession. He disobliged his father by marrying for love, without any consideration of fortune, so that he had little or nothing to depend upon for some years but his practice, which afforded him a bare subsistence, and the prospect of an increasing family began to give him disturbance and disquiet. In the meantime, his father, dying, was succeeded by his elder brother, a fox hunter and a sot, who neglected his affairs, insulted and oppressed his servants, and in a few years had well nigh ruined the estate, when he was happily carried off by a fever, the immediate consequence of a debauch. Charles, with the approbation of his wife, immediately determined to quit business and retire into the country, although this resolution was strenuously and zealously opposed by every individual whom he consulted on the subject. Those who had tried the experiment assured him that he could not pretend to breathe in the country for less than the double of what his estate produced; that in order to be upon the footing of a gentleman, he would be obliged to keep horses, hounds, carriages, with a suitable number of servants, and maintain an elegant table for the entertainment of his neighbours; that farming was a mystery known only to those who had been bred up to it from the cradle, the success of it depending not only upon skill and industry, but also upon such attention and economy as no gentleman could be supposed to give or practise. Accordingly, every attempt made by gentlemen miscarried, and not a few had been ruined by their prosecution of agriculture. Nay, they affirmed that he would find it cheaper to buy hay and oats for his cattle, and to go to market for poultry, eggs, kitchen herbs, and roots, and even the most inconsiderable article of housekeeping, than to have those articles produced on his own ground. These objections did not deter Mr Dennison, because they were chiefly founded on the supposition that he would be obliged to lead a life of extravagance and dissipation, which he and his consort equally detested, despised, and determined to avoid. The objects he had in view were health of body, peace of mind, and the private satisfaction of domestic quiet, unallayed by actual want, and uninterrupted by the fears of indigence. He was very moderate in his estimate of the necessaries, and even of the comforts of life. He required nothing but wholesome air, pure water, agreeable exercise, plain diet, convenient lodging, and decent apparel. He reflected that if a peasant without education, or any great share of natural sagacity, could maintain a large family, and even become opulent upon a farm for which he paid an annual rent of £200 or £300 to the landlord, surely he himself might hope for some success from his industry, having no rent to pay, but on the contrary £300 or £400 a year to receive. He considered that the earth was an indulgent mother, that yielded her fruits to all her children without distinction. He had studied the theory of agriculture with a degree of eagerness and delight, and he could not conceive there was any mystery in the practice, but what he should be able to disclose by dint of care and application. With respect to household expense, he entered into a minute detail and investigation, by which he perceived the assertions of his friends were altogether erroneous. He found he should save £60 a year in the single article of house rent, and as much more in pocket money and contingencies; that even butcher's meat was 20% cheaper in the country than in London, but that poultry and almost every other circumstance of housekeeping might be had for less than one half of what they cost in town; besides a considerable saving on the side of dress, in being delivered from the oppressive imposition of ridiculous modes, invented by ignorance and adopted by folly. As to the danger of vying with the rich in pomp and equipage, it never gave him the least disturbance. He was now turned of 40, and having lived half that time in the busy scenes of life, was well skilled in the science of mankind. There cannot be in nature a more contemptible figure than that of a man who, with 500 a year, presumes to rival in expense a neighbour who possesses 5 times that income. His ostentation, far from concealing, serves only to discover his indigence, and render his vanity the more shocking, for it attracts the eyes of censure, and excites the spirit of inquiry. There is not a family in the county, nor a servant in his own house, nor a farmer in the parish, but what knows the utmost farthing that his lands produce, and all these behold him with scorn or compassion. I am surprised that these reflections do not occur to persons in this unhappy dilemma, and produce a salutary effect. But the truth is, of all the passions incident to human nature, vanity is that which most effectually perverts the faculties of the understanding. Nay, it sometimes becomes so incredibly depraved as to aspire at infamy, and find pleasure in bearing the stigmas of reproach. I have now given you a sketch of the character and situation of Mr Dennison when he came down to take possession of this estate. But as the messenger, who carries the letters to the next town, is just setting off, I shall reserve what further I have to say on this subject till the next post, when you shall certainly hear from yours always, Mat Bramble, October 8. End of Section 75. Smollett, Section 76. To Dr. Lewis. Once more, dear Doctor, I resume the pen for your amusement. It was on the morning after our arrival that, walking out with my friend Mr Dennison, I could not help breaking forth into the warmest expressions of applause at the beauty of the scene, which is really enchanting, and I signified in particular how much I was pleased with the disposition of some detached groves that afforded at once shelter and ornament to his habitation. When I took possession of these lands about 22 years ago, said he, there was not a tree standing within a mile of the house, except those of an old neglected orchard which produced nothing but leaves and moss. It was in the gloomy month of November when I arrived, and found the house in such a condition that it might have been justly styled the Tower of Desolation. The courtyard was covered with nettles and docks, and the garden exhibited such a rank plantation of weeds as I had never seen before. The window shutters were falling in pieces, the sashes broken, and owls and jackdaws had taken possession of the chimneys. The prospect within was still more dreary. All was dark and damp and dirty beyond description. The rain penetrated in several parts of the roof. In some apartments the very floors had given way. The hangings were parted from the walls, and shaking in mouldy remnants. The glasses were dropping out of their frames. The family pictures were covered with dust, and all the chairs and tables worm-eaten and crazy. There was not a bed in the house that could be used, except one old-fashioned machine, with a high gilt tester and fringed curtains of yellow mohair, which had been, for aught I know, 2 centuries in the family. In short, there was no furniture but the utensils of the kitchen, and the cellar afforded nothing but a few empty butts and barrels that stunk so abominably that I would not suffer anybody to enter it until I had flashed a considerable quantity of gunpowder to qualify the foul air within. An old cottager and his wife, who were hired to lie in the house, had left it with precipitation, alleging, among other causes of retreat, that they could not sleep for frightful noises, and that my poor brother certainly walked after his death. In a word, the house appeared uninhabitable. The barn, stable, and outhouses were in ruins, all the fences broken down, and the fields lying waste. The farmer who kept the key never dreamed I had any intention to live upon the spot. He rented a farm of £60, and his lease was just expiring. He had formed a scheme of being appointed bailiff to the estate, and of converting the house and the adjacent grounds to his own use. A hint of his intention I received from the curate at my first arrival. I therefore did not pay much regard to what he said, by way of discouraging me from coming to settle in the country. But I was a little startled when he gave me warning that he should quit the farm at the expiration of his lease, unless I could abate considerably in the rent. At this period I accidentally became acquainted with a person whose friendship laid the foundation of all my prosperity. In the next market town I chanced to dine at an inn with a Mr Wilson, who was lately come to settle in the neighbourhood. He had been lieutenant of a man of war, but quitted the sea in some disgust, and married the only daughter of Farmer Bland, who lives in this parish, and has acquired a good fortune in the way of husbandry. Wilson is one of the best natured men I ever knew, brave, frank, obliging, and ingenuous. He liked my conversation. I was charmed with his liberal manner, and acquaintance immediately commenced, and this was soon improved into a friendship without reserve. There are characters which, like similar particles of matter, strongly attract each other. He forthwith introduced me to his father-in-law, Farmer Bland, who was well acquainted with every acre of my estate, of consequence well qualified to advise me on this occasion. Finding I was inclined to embrace a country life, and even to amuse myself with the occupation of farming, he approved of my design. He gave me to understand that all my farms were underlet, that the estate was capable of great improvement, that there was plenty of chalk in the neighbourhood, and that my own ground produced excellent marl for manure. With respect to the farm, which was like to fall into my hands, he said he would willingly take it at the present rent, but at the same time owned, that if I would expend £200 in enclosure, it would be worth more than double the sum. Thus encouraged, I began the execution of my scheme without further delay, and plunged into a sea of expense, though I had no fund in reserve, and the whole produce of the estate did not exceed £300 a year. In 1 week my house was made weather tight, and thoroughly cleansed from top to bottom. Then it was well ventilated by throwing all the doors and windows open, and making blazing fires of wood in every chimney, from the kitchen to the garrets. The floors were repaired, the sashes new glazed, and out of the old furniture of the whole house I made shift to fit up a parlour and 3 chambers in a plain yet decent manner. The court yard was cleared of weeds and rubbish, and my friend Wilson charged himself with the dressing of the garden. Bricklayers were set at work upon the barn and stable, and labourers engaged to restore the fences, and begin the work of hedging and ditching, under the direction of Farmer Bland, at whose recommendation I hired a careful hind to lie in the house and keep constant fires in the apartments. Having taken these measures, I returned to London, where I forthwith sold off my household furniture, and in 3 weeks from my first visit brought my wife hither to keep her Christmas. Considering the gloomy season of the year, the dreariness of the place, and the decayed aspect of our habitation, I was afraid that her resolution would sink under the sudden transition from a town life to such a melancholy state of rustication. But I was agreeably disappointed. She found the reality less uncomfortable than the picture I had drawn. By this time, indeed, things were mended in appearance. The outhouses had risen out of their ruins, the pigeon-house was rebuilt and replenished by Wilson, who also put my garden in decent order, and provided a good stock of poultry, which made an agreeable figure in my yard; and the house, on the whole, looked like the habitation of human creatures. Farmer Bland spared me a milch cow for my family, and an ordinary saddle horse for my servant to go to market at the next town. I hired a country lad for a footman, the hind's daughter was my housemaid, and my wife had brought a cookmaid from London. Such was my family when I began housekeeping in this place, with £300 in my pocket, raised from the sale of my superfluous furniture. I knew we should find occupation enough through the day to employ our time, but I dreaded the long winter evenings. Yet, for those 2 we found a remedy. The curate, who was a single man, soon became so naturalized to the family, that he generally lay in the house, and his company was equally agreeable and useful. He was a modest man, a good scholar, and perfectly well qualified to instruct me in such country matters as I wanted to know. Mr. Wilson brought his wife to see us, and she became so fond of Mrs. Dennison, that she said she was never so happy as when she enjoyed the benefit of her conversation. She was then a fine buxom country lass, exceedingly docile, and as good-natured as her husband, Jack Wilson, so that a friendship ensued among the women, which hath continued to this day. As for Jack, he hath been my constant companion, counsellor, and commissary. I would not for £100 you should leave my house without seeing him. Jack is an universal genius. His talents are really astonishing. He is an excellent carpenter, joiner, and turner, and a cunning artist in iron and brass. He not only superintended my economy, but also presided over my pastimes. He taught me to brew beer, to make cider, perry, mead, usquebaugh, and plague water, to cook several outlandish delicacies, such as ollas, pepper pots, pilaws, corries, chababs, and stuffatas. He understands all manner of games from chess down to chuck farthing, sings a good song, plays upon the violin, and dances a hornpipe with surprising agility. He and I walked and rode and hunted and fished together, without minding the vicissitudes of the weather, and I am persuaded that in a raw, moist climate like this of England, continual exercise is as necessary as food to the preservation of the individual. In the course of 22 years, there has not been 1 hour's interruption or abatement in the friendship subsisting between Wilson's family and mine. and, what is a rare instance of good fortune, that friendship is continued to our children. His son and mine are nearly of the same age and the same disposition. They have been bred up together at the same school and college, and love each other with the warmest affection. By Wilson's means I likewise formed an acquaintance with a sensible physician, who lives in the next market town, and his sister, an agreeable old maiden, passed the Christmas holidays at our house. Meanwhile, I began my farming with great eagerness, and that very winter planted these groves that please you so much. As for the neighbouring gentry, I had no trouble from that quarter during my first campaign. They were all gone to town before I settled in the country, and by the summer I had taken measures to defend myself from their attacks. When a gay equipage came to my gates, I was never at home. Those who visited me in a modest way I received, and according to the remarks I made on their characters and conversation, either rejected their advances or returned their civility. I was in general despised among the fashionable company as a low fellow, both in breeding and circumstances. Nevertheless, I found a few individuals of moderate fortune, who gladly adopted my style of living, and many others would have acceded to our society, had they not been prevented by the pride, envy, and ambition of their wives and daughters. Those, in times of luxury and dissipation, are the rocks upon which all the small estates in the country are wrecked. I reserved in my own hands some acres of ground adjacent to the house, for making experiments in agriculture, according to the directions of Lyell, Tull, Hart, Duhamel, and others who have written on this subject, and qualified their theory with the practical observations of Farmer Bland, who was my great master in the art of husbandry. In short, I became enamoured of a country life, and my success greatly exceeded my expectation. I drained bogs, burned heath, grubbed up furze and fern. I planted copse and willows where nothing else would grow. I gradually enclosed all my farms, and made such improvements that my estate now yields me clear £1200 a year. All this time my wife and I have enjoyed uninterrupted health, and a regular flow of spirits, except on a very few occasions when our cheerfulness was invaded by such accidents as are inseparable from the condition of life. I lost 2 children in their infancy by the small pox, so that I have one son only, in whom all our hopes are centred. He went yesterday to visit a friend, with whom he has stayed all night, but he will be here to dinner. I shall this day have the pleasure of presenting him to you and your family, and I flatter myself you will find him not altogether unworthy of our affection. The truth is, either I am blinded by the partiality of a parent, or he is a boy of very amiable character, and yet his conduct has given us unspeakable disquiet. You must know we had projected a match between him and a gentleman's daughter in the next county, who will in all probability be heiress of a considerable fortune; but it seems he had a personal disgust to the alliance. He was then at Cambridge, and tried to gain time on various pretences; but being pressed in letters by his mother and me to give a definitive answer, he fairly gave his tutor the slip, and disappeared about 8 months ago. Before he took this rash step, he wrote me a letter, explaining his objections to the match, and declaring that he would keep himself concealed until he should understand that his parents would dispense with his contracting an engagement that must make him miserable for life, and he prescribed the form of advertising in a certain newspaper, by which he might be apprized of our sentiments on this subject. You may easily conceive how much we were alarmed and afflicted by this elopement, which he had made without dropping the least hint to his companion, Charles Wilson, who belonged to the same college. We resolved to punish him with the appearance of neglect, in hopes that he would return of his own accord; but he maintained his purpose till the young lady chose a partner for herself. Then he produced himself, and made his peace by the mediation of Wilson. Suppose we should unite our families by joining him with your niece, who is one of the most lovely creatures I ever beheld. My wife is already as fond of her as if she were her own child, and I have a presentiment that my son will be captivated by her at first sight. Nothing could be more agreeable to all our family, said I, than such an alliance; but, my dear friend, candour obliges me to tell you, that I am afraid Liddy's heart is not wholly disengaged. There is a cursed obstacle. You mean the young stroller at Gloucester, said he. You are surprised that I should know this circumstance? But you will be more surprised when I tell you that stroller is no other than my son, George Dennison. That was the character he assumed in his eclipse. I am indeed astonished and overjoyed, cried I, and shall be happy beyond expression to see your proposal take effect. He then gave me to understand that the young gentleman, at his emerging from concealment, had disclosed his passion for Miss Melford, the niece of Mr Bramble, of Monmouthshire. Though Mr Dennison little dreamed that this was his old friend Matthew Lloyd, he nevertheless furnished his son with proper credentials, and he had been at Bath, London, and many other places in quest of us, to make himself and his pretensions known. The bad success of his enquiry had such an effect upon his spirits, that immediately at his return he was seized with a dangerous fever, which overwhelmed his parents with terror and affliction. But he was now happily recovered, though still weak and disconsolate. My nephew joining us in our walk, I informed him of these circumstances, with which he was wonderfully pleased. He declared he would promote the match to the utmost of his power, and that he longed to embrace young Mr Dennison as his friend and brother. Meanwhile, the father went to desire his wife to communicate this discovery gradually to Liddy, that her delicate nerves might not suffer too sudden a shock; and I imparted the particulars to my sister Tabby, who expressed some surprise, not altogether unmixed, I believe, with an emotion of envy; for though she could have no objection to an alliance at once so honourable and advantageous, she hesitated in giving her consent on pretence of the youth and inexperience of the parties. At length, however, she acquiesced, in consequence of having consulted with Captain Lismahago. Mr Dennison took care to be in the way when his son arrived at the gate, and without giving him time or opportunity to make any enquiry about the strangers, brought him upstairs to be presented to Mr Lloyd and his family. The first person he saw when he entered the room was Liddy, who, notwithstanding all her preparations, stood trembling in the utmost confusion. At sight of this object he was fixed motionless to the floor, and gazing at her with the utmost eagerness of astonishment, exclaimed, "Sacred heaven! What is this? Ha! Wherefore—" Here, his speech failing, he stood straining his eyes in the most emphatic silence. "George," said his father, "this is my friend, Mr Lloyd." Roused at this intimation, he turned and received my salute, when I said, "Young gentleman, if you had trusted me with your secret at our last meeting, we should have parted upon better terms." Before he could make any answer, Jerry came round and stood before him with open arms. At first he started and changed colour, but after a short pause he rushed into his embrace, and they hugged one another as if they had been intimate friends from their infancy. Then he paid his respects to Mrs Tabitha, and advancing to Liddy, "Is it possible," cried he, "that my senses do not play me false? That I see Miss Melford under my father's roof? That I am permitted to speak to her without giving offence? And that her relations have honoured me with their countenance and protection?" Liddy blushed and trembled and faltered. "To be sure, sir," said she, "it is a very surprising circumstance, a providential, I really know not what I say, but I beg you will think I have said what's agreeable." Mrs Dennison interposing, said, "Compose yourselves, my dear children, your mutual happiness shall be our peculiar care." The son going up to his mother, kissed one hand, my niece bathed the other with her tears, and the good old lady pressed them both in their turns to her breast. The lovers were too much affected to get rid of their embarrassment for one day, but the scene was much enlivened by the arrival of Jack Wilson, who brought, as usual, some game of his own killing. His honest countenance was a good letter of recommendation. I received him like a dear friend after a long separation, and I could not help wondering to see him shake Jerry by the hand as an old acquaintance. They had, indeed, been acquainted some days, in consequence of a diverting incident, which I shall explain at meeting. That same night a consultation was held upon the concerns of the lovers, when the match was formally agreed to, and all the marriage articles were settled without the least dispute. My nephew and I promised to make Liddy's fortune £5,000. Mr Dennison declared he would make over one half of his estate immediately to his son, and that his daughter-in-law should be secured in a jointure of 400. Tabby proposed that, considering their youth, they should undergo 1 year at least of probation before the indissoluble knot should be tied; but the young gentleman being very impatient and importunate, and the scheme implying that the young couple should live in the house under the wings of his parents, we resolved to make them happy without further delay. As the law requires that the parties should be some weeks resident in the parish, we shall stay here till the ceremony is performed. Mr Lismahago requests that he may take the benefit of the same occasion, so that next Sunday the banns will be published for all 4 together. I doubt I shall not be able to pass my Christmas with you at Brambleton Hall. Indeed, I am so agreeably situated in this place, that I have no desire to shift my quarters; and I foresee, that when the day of separation comes, there will be abundance of sorrow on all sides. In the mean time, we must make the most of those blessings which Heaven bestows. Considering how you are tethered by your profession, I cannot hope to see you so far from home; yet the distance does not exceed a summer day's journey, and Charles Dennison, who desires to be remembered to you, would be rejoiced to see his old compotator. But as I am now stationary, I expect regular answers to the epistles of Yours invariably, MATT. Bramble. October 11. Section 76.
To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, at Oxford. Dear Wat, every day is now big with incident and discovery. Young Mr. Dennison proves to be no other than that identical person whom I have execrated so long under the name of Wilson. He had eloped from college at Cambridge to avoid a match that he detested, and acted in different parts of the country as a stroller, until the lady in question made choice of a husband for herself. Then he returned to his father, and disclosed his passion for Liddy, which met with the approbation of his parents, though the father little imagined that Mr. Bramble was his old companion, Matthew Lloyd. The young gentleman, being empowered to make honourable proposals to my uncle and me, had been in search of us all over England, without effect; and he it was whom I had seen pass on horseback by the window of the inn where I stood with my sister, but he little dreamed that we were in the house. As for the real Mr. Wilson, whom I called forth to combat by mistake, he is the neighbour and intimate friend of old Mr. Dennison, and this connection had suggested to the son the idea of taking that name while he remained in obscurity. You may easily conceive what pleasure I must have felt on discovering that the honour of our family was in no danger from the conduct of a sister whom I love with uncommon affection; that, instead of debasing her sentiments and views to a wretched stroller, she had really captivated the heart of a gentleman, her equal in rank and superior in fortune; and that, as his parents approved of the attachment, I was on the eve of acquiring a brother-in-law so worthy of my friendship and esteem. George Dennison is, without all question, one of the most accomplished young fellows in England. His person is at once elegant and manly, and his understanding highly cultivated. Though his spirit is lofty, his heart is kind, and his manner so engaging as to command veneration and love, even from malice and indifference. When I weigh my own character with his, I am ashamed to find myself so light in the balance; but the comparison excites no envy. I propose him as a model for imitation. I have endeavoured to recommend myself to his friendship, and hope I have already found a place in his affection. I am, however, mortified to reflect what flagrant injustice we every day commit, and what absurd judgment we form, in viewing objects through the falsifying mediums of prejudice and passion. Had you asked me a few days ago the picture of Wilson the player, I should have drawn a portrait very unlike the real person and character of George Dennison. Without all doubt, the greatest advantage acquired in travelling and perusing mankind in the original is that of dispelling those shameful clouds that darken the faculties of the mind, preventing it from judging with candour and precision. The real Wilson is a great original, and the best tempered, companionable man I ever knew. I question if ever he was angry or low-spirited in his life. He makes no pretensions to letters, but he is an adept in everything else that can be either useful or entertaining. Among other qualifications, he is a complete sportsman, and counted the best shot in the county. He and Dennison, and Lismahago and I, attended by Clinker, went a shooting yesterday, and made a great havoc among the partridges. Tomorrow we shall take the field against the woodcocks and snipes. In the evening we dance and sing, or play at commerce, loo, and quadrille. Mr. Dennison is an elegant poet, and has written some detached pieces on the subject of his passion for Liddy, which must be very flattering to the vanity of a young woman. Perhaps he is one of the greatest theatrical geniuses that ever appeared. He sometimes entertains us with reciting favourite speeches from our best plays. We are resolved to convert the great hall into a theatre, and get up the Beaux' Stratagem without delay. I think I shall make no contemptible figure in the character of Scrub, and Lismahago will be very great in Captain Gibbet. Wilson undertakes to entertain the country people with Harlequin Skeleton, for which he has got a jacket ready painted with his own hand. Our society is really enchanting. Even the severity of Lismahago relaxes, and the vinegar of Miss Tabby is remarkably dulcified, ever since it was agreed that she should take precedency of her niece in being first noosed. For you must know the date is fixed for Liddy's marriage, and the banns for both couples have been already once published in the parish church. The captain earnestly begged that one trouble might serve for all, and Tabitha assented with a vile affectation of reluctance. Her inamorato, who came hither very slenderly equipped, has sent for his baggage to London, which in all probability will not arrive in time for the wedding. But it is of no great consequence, as everything is to be transacted with the utmost privacy. Meanwhile, directions are given for making out the contracts of marriage, which are very favourable for both females. Liddy will be secured in a good jointure, and her aunt will remain mistress of her own fortune, except 1/2 of the interest, which her husband shall have a right to enjoy for his natural life. I think this as little in conscience as can be done for a man who yokes with such a partner for life. These expectants seem to be so happy that if Mr. Dennison had an agreeable daughter, I believe I should be for making the 3rd couple in this country dance. The humour seems to be infectious, for Clinker, alias Lloyd, has a month's mind to play the fool in the same fashion with Mistress Winifred Jenkins. He has even sounded me on the subject, but I have given him no encouragement to prosecute this scheme. I told him I thought he might do better, as there was no engagement nor promise subsisting; that I did not know what designs my uncle might have formed for his advantage; but I was of opinion that he should not at present run the risk of disobliging him by any premature application of this nature. Honest Humphry protested he would suffer death sooner than do or say anything that should give offence to the squire; but he owned he had a kindness for the young woman, and had reason to think she looked upon him with a favourable eye; that he considered this mutual manifestation of goodwill as an engagement understood, which ought to be binding to the conscience of an honest man; and he hoped the squire and I would be of the same opinion when we should be at leisure to bestow any thought about the matter. I believe he is in the right, and we shall find time to take his case into consideration. You see, we are fixed for some weeks at least, and as you have had a long respite, I hope you will begin immediately to discharge the arrears due to your affectionate J. Melford. October 14th. End of section 77.
To Miss Laetitia Willis, at Gloucester. My dear, dear Letty, never did I sit down to write in such agitation as I now feel. In the course of a few days we have met with a number of incidents so wonderful and interesting that all my ideas are thrown into confusion and perplexity. You must not expect either method or coherence in what I am going to relate, my dearest Willis. Since my last, the aspect of affairs is totally changed, and so changed. But I would fain give you a regular detail. In passing a river about 8 days ago, our coach was overturned, and some of us narrowly escaped with life. My uncle had well nigh perished. O heaven! I cannot reflect upon that circumstance without horror. I should have lost my best friend, my father and protector, but for the resolution and activity of his servant Humphry Clinker, whom Providence really seems to have placed near him for the necessity of this occasion. I would not be thought superstitious, but surely he acted from a stronger impulse than common fidelity. Was it not the voice of nature that loudly called upon him to save the life of his own father? For, O Letty, it was discovered that Humphry Clinker was my uncle's natural son. Almost at the same instant, a gentleman, who came to offer us his assistance, and invite us to his house, turned out to be a very old friend of Mr. Bramble. His name is Mr. Dennison, one of the worthiest men living, and his lady is a perfect saint upon earth. They have an only son. Who do you think is this only son? O Letty! O gracious heaven! How my heart palpitates when I tell you that this only son of Mr. Dennison's is that very identical youth who, under the name of Wilson, has made such ravage in my heart. Yes, my dear friend, Wilson and I are now lodged in the same house, and converse together freely. His father approves of his sentiments in my favour. His mother loves me with all the tenderness of a parent. My uncle, my aunt, and my brother no longer oppose my inclinations. On the contrary, they have agreed to make us happy without delay, and in 3 weeks or a month, if no unforeseen accident intervenes, your friend Lydia Melford will have changed her name and condition. I say, if no accident intervenes, because such a torrent of success makes me tremble. I wish there may not be something treacherous in this sudden reconciliation of fortune. I have no merit, I have no title to such felicity. Far from enjoying the prospect that lies before me, my mind is harassed with a continued tumult, made up of hopes and wishes, doubts and apprehensions. I can neither eat nor sleep, and my spirits are in perpetual flutter. I more than ever feel that vacancy in my heart, which your presence alone can fill. The mind, in every disquiet, seeks to repose itself on the bosom of a friend. And this is such a trial as I really know not how to support without your company and counsel. I must, therefore, dear Letty, put your friendship to the test. I must beg you will come and do the last offices of maidenhood to your companion, Lydia Melford. This letter goes enclosed in one to our worthy governess, from Mrs. Dennison, entreating her to interpose with your mamma, that you may be allowed to favour us with your company on this occasion, and I flatter myself that no material objection can be made to our request. The distance from hence to Gloucester does not exceed 100 miles, and the roads are good. Mr. Clinker, alias Lloyd, shall be sent over to attend your motions. If you step into the post-chaise with your maid Betty Barker at 7 in the morning, you'll arrive by 4 in the afternoon at the half-way house, where there is good accommodation. There you shall be met by my brother and myself, who will next day conduct you to this place, where, I am sure, you will find yourself perfectly at your ease in the midst of an agreeable society. Dear Letty, I will take no refusal. If you have any friendship, any humanity, you will come. I desire that immediate application may be made to your mamma, and that the moment her permission is obtained, you will apprise your ever faithful Lydia Melford. October 14th. End of section 78. To Mrs. Jermyn, at her house in Gloucester. Dear Madam, though I was not so fortunate as to be favoured with an answer to the letter with which I troubled you in the spring, I still flatter myself that you retain some regard for me and my concerns. I am sure the care and tenderness with which I was treated under your roof and tuition demand the warmest returns of gratitude and affection on my part, and these sentiments, I hope, I shall cherish to my dying day. At present, I think it my duty to make you acquainted with the happy issue of that indiscretion by which I incurred your displeasure. Ah, madam, the slighted Wilson is metamorphosed into George Dennison, only son and heir of a gentleman whose character is second to none in England, as you may understand upon inquiry. My guardian, my brother and I are now in his house, and an immediate union of the two families is to take place in the persons of the young gentleman and your poor Lydia Melford. You will easily conceive how embarrassing this situation must be to a young inexperienced creature like me, of weak nerves and strong apprehensions, and how much the presence of a friend and confidant would encourage and support me on this occasion. You know, that of all the young ladies, Miss Willis was she that possessed the greatest share of my confidence and affection, and, therefore, I fervently wish to have the happiness of her company at this interesting crisis. Mrs Dennison, who is the object of universal love and esteem, has, at my request, written to you on this subject, and I now beg leave to reinforce her solicitations. My dear Mrs Jermyn, my ever-honoured governess, let me conjure you by that fondness which once distinguished your favourite Lydia, by that benevolence of heart which disposes you to promote the happiness of your fellow creatures in general, lend a favourable ear to my petition, and use your influence with Letty's mamma, that my most earnest desire may be gratified. Should I be indulged in this particular, I will engage to return her safe, and even to accompany her to Gloucester, where, if you will give me leave, I will present to you, under another name, Dear Madam, Your most affectionate, humble servant, and penitent, Lydia Melford. October 14th. End of section 79.
To Mrs. Mary Jones at Brambleton Hall. Oh, Mary Jones! Mary Jones! I have met with so many accidents, surprisals, and terrifications, that I am in a Paphic fantigo, and I believe I shall never be my own self again. Last week I was dragged out of a river like a drowned rat, and lost a bran new nightcap, with a sulphur stay-hook, that cost me a good half-a-crown, and an odd shoe of green gallomonkey, besides wetting my clothes and tearing my smock, and an ugly gash made in the back part of my thigh, by the stump of a tree. To be sure Mr Clinker tuck me out of the cocks; but he left me on my back in the water, to go to the squire; and I mought have had a watery grave, if a millar had not brought me to the dry land. But oh, what choppings and changes, girl! The player man that came after Miss Liddy, and frightened me with a beard at Bristol Well, is now Matthew Murphy'd into a fine young gentleman, son and heir of Squire Dollison. We are all together in the same house, and all parties have agreed to the match, and in a fortnight the ceremony will be performed. But this is not the only wedding we are to have. Mistress is resolved to have the same frolic in the name of God. Last Sunday, in the parish crutch, if my own ars may be trusted, the clerk called the banes of marriage betwixt Opaniah Leshamehego and Tabitha Bramble, spinster. He mought as well have called her inkle-weaver, for she never spunned an hank of yarn in her life. Young Squire Dollison and Miss Liddy make the second kipple; and there might have been a third, but times are changed with Mr Clinker. Oh, Molly, what dost think? Mr Clinker is found to be a pieblo of our own squire, and his right name is Mr Matthew Lloyd, though God he knows how that can be. And he is now out of livery, and wears ruffles; but I knew him when he was out at elbows, and had not a rag to kiver his pisterarose; so he need not hold his head so high. He is for sartain very humble and compleasant, and protests as how he has the same regard as before; but that he is no longer his own master, and cannot pretend to marry without the squire's consent. He says he must wait with patience, and trust to Providence, and such nonsense. But if so be as how his regard is the same, why stand shilly-shally? Why not strike while the iron is hot, and speak to the squire without loss of time? What subjection can the squire make to our coming together? Though if my father wa'n't a gentleman, my mother was an honest woman. I didn't come on the wrong side of the blanket, girl. My parents were married according to the right of Holy Mother Crutch, in the face of men and angels. Mark that, Mary Jones." Mr Clinker, Lloyd I would say, had best look to his tackle. There be other chaps in the market, as the saying is. What would he say if I should accept the suit and sarvice of the young squire's valley? Mr Machappy is a gentleman born, and has been abroad in the wars. He has a world of buck larning, and speaks French, and Ditch, and Scotch, and all manner of outlandish lingoes. To be sure he's a little the worse for the wear, and is much given to drink; but then he's good-tempered in his liquor, and a prudent woman mought wind him about her finger. But I have no thoughts of him, I'll assure you. I scorn for to do, or to say, or to think anything that mought give unbreach to Mr Lloyd, without furder occasion. But then I have such vapours, Molly, I sit and cry by myself, and take ass of Etida, and smill to burnt fathers, and kindle snuffs; and I pray constantly for grease, that I may have a glimpse of the new light, to show me the way through this wretched vale of tares. And yet I want for nothing in this family of love, where every soul is so kind and so courteous, that one would think they are so many saints in haven. Dear Molly, I recommend myself to your prayers, being, with my sarvice to Saul, your ever loving and discounselled friend, Win. Jenkins, October 14. End of Section 80. Recording by Trisha G.
Dear Dick, you cannot imagine what pleasure I have in seeing your handwriting after such a long cessation on your side of our correspondence. Yet, heaven knows, I have often seen your handwriting with disgust. I mean, when it appeared in abbreviations of apothecary's Latin. I liked your hint of making interest for the reversion of the collector's place for Mr Lismahago, who is much pleased with the scheme, and presents you with his compliments and best thanks for thinking so kindly of his concerns. The man seems to mend upon further acquaintance. That harsh reserve which formed a disagreeable husk about his character begins to peel off in the course of our communication. I have great hopes that he and Tabby will be as happily paired as any two draught animals in the kingdom, and I make no doubt but that he will prove a valuable acquisition to our little society, in the article of conversation by the fireside in winter. Your objection to my passing this season of the year at such a distance from home would have more weight if I did not find myself perfectly at my ease where I am, and my health so much improved that I am disposed to bid defiance to gout and rheumatism. I begin to think I have put myself on the superannuated list too soon, and absurdly sought for health in the retreats of laziness. I am persuaded that all valetudinarians are too sedentary, too regular, and too cautious. We should sometimes increase the motion of the machine to unclog the wheels of life, and now and then take a plunge amidst the waves of excess, in order to case harden the constitution. I have even found a change of company as necessary as a change of air to promote a vigorous circulation of the spirits, which is the very essence and criterion of good health. Since my last, I have been performing the duties of friendship that required a great deal of exercise, from which I hope to derive some benefit. Understanding by the greatest accident in the world that Mr Baynard's wife was dangerously ill of a pleuritic fever, I borrowed Dennison's post-chaise and went across the country to his habitation, attended only by Lloyd, quondam Clinker, on horseback. As the distance is not above 30 miles, I arrived about 4 in the afternoon, and meeting the physician at the door, was informed that his patient had just expired. I was instantly seized with a violent emotion, but it was not grief. The family being in confusion, I ran upstairs into the chamber, where indeed they were all assembled. The aunt stood wringing her hands in a kind of stupefaction of sorrow, but my friend acted all the extravagancies of affliction. He held the body in his arms, and poured forth such a lamentation, that one would have thought he had lost the most amiable consort and valuable companion upon earth. Affection may certainly exist independent of esteem. Nay, the same object may be lovely in one respect and detestable in another. The mind has a surprising faculty of accommodating, and even attaching itself in such a manner, by dint of use, to things that are in their own nature disagreeable, and even pernicious, that it cannot bear to be delivered from them without reluctance and regret. Baynard was so absorbed in his delirium, that he did not perceive me when I entered, and desired one of the women to conduct the aunt into her own chamber. At the same time I begged the tutor to withdraw the boy, who stood gaping in a corner, very little affected with the distress of the scene. These steps being taken, I waited till the first violence of my friend's transport was abated, then disengaged him gently from the melancholy object, and led him by the hand into another apartment, though he struggled so hard that I was obliged to have recourse to the assistance of his valet de chambre. In a few minutes, however, he recollected himself, and folding me in his arms, "This," cried he, "is a friendly office indeed. I know not how you come hither, but I think Heaven sent you to prevent my going distracted. Oh, Matthew, I have lost my dear Harriet, my poor, gentle, tender creature, that loved me with such warmth and purity of affection, my constant companion of 20 years. She's gone for ever. Heaven and earth, where is she? Death shall not part us." So saying, he started up, and could hardly be withheld from returning to the scene we had quitted. You will perceive it would have been very absurd for me to argue with a man that talked so madly. On all such occasions the first torrent of passion must be allowed to subside gradually. I endeavoured to beguile his attention by starting little hints and insinuating other objects of discourse imperceptibly, and being exceedingly pleased in my own mind at this event, I exerted myself with such an extraordinary flow of spirits as was attended with success. In a few hours he was calm enough to hear reason, and even to own that Heaven could not have interposed more effectually to rescue him from disgrace and ruin. That he might not, however, relapse into weaknesses for want of company, I passed the night in his chamber, in a little tent bed brought thither on purpose. And well it was I took this precaution, for he started up in bed several times, and would have played the fool, if I had not been present. Next day he was in a condition to talk of business, and vested me with full authority over his household, which I began to exercise without loss of time, though not before he knew and approved of the scheme I had projected for his advantage. He would have quitted the house immediately, but this retreat I opposed. Far from encouraging a temporary disgust, which might degenerate into an habitual aversion, I resolved, if possible, to attach him more than ever to his household gods. I gave directions for the funeral to be as private as was consistent with decency. I wrote to London that an inventory and estimate might be made of the furniture and effects in his town house, and gave notice to the landlord that Mr. Baynard should quit the premises at Lady Day. I set a person at work to take account of every thing in the country house, including horses, carriages, and harness. I settled the young gentleman at a boarding school, kept by a clergyman in the neighbourhood, and thither he went without reluctance as soon as he knew that he was to be troubled no more with his tutor, whom we dismissed. The aunt continued very sullen, and never appeared at table, though Mr. Baynard paid his respects to her every day in her own chamber. There also she held conferences with the waiting women and other servants of the family; but the moment her niece was interred, she went away in a post-chaise prepared for that purpose. She did not leave the house, however, without giving Mr. Baynard to understand that the wardrobe of her niece was the perquisite of her woman. Accordingly, that worthless drab received all the clothes, laces, and linen of her deceased mistress, to the value of £500, at a moderate computation. The next step I took was to disband that legion of supernumerary domestics who had preyed so long upon the vitals of my friend; a parcel of idle drones, so intolerably insolent, that they even treated their own master with the most contemptuous neglect. They had been generally hired by his wife, according to the recommendation of her woman, and these were the only patrons to whom they paid the least deference. I had, therefore, uncommon satisfaction in clearing the house of these vermin. The woman of the deceased, and a chambermaid, a valet de chambre, a butler, a French cook, a master gardener, 2 footmen and a coachman, I paid off, and turned out of the house immediately, paying to each a month's wages in lieu of warning. Those whom I retained consisted of the female cook, who had been assistant to the Frenchman, a housemaid, an old lackey, a postilion, and under gardener. Thus I removed at once a huge mountain of expense and care from the shoulders of my friend, who could hardly believe the evidence of his own senses, when he found himself so suddenly and so effectually relieved. His heart, however, was still subject to vibrations of tenderness, which returned at certain intervals, extorting sighs and tears, and exclamations of grief and impatience; but these fits grew every day less violent and less frequent, till at length his reason obtained a complete victory over the infirmities of his nature. Upon an accurate enquiry into the state of his affairs, I find his debts amount to £20,000, for £18,000 of which sum his estate is mortgaged; and as he pays 5 per cent. Interest, and some of his farms are unoccupied, he does not receive above £200 a year clear from his lands, over and above the interest of his wife's fortune, which produced £800 annually. For lightening this heavy burthen, I devised the following expedient. His wife's jewels, together with his superfluous plate and furniture in both houses, his horses and carriages, which are already advertised to be sold by auction, will, according to the estimate, produce £2,500 in ready money, with which the debt will be immediately reduced to £18,000. I have undertaken to find him £10,000 at 4 per cent., by which means he will save £100 a year in the article of interest, and perhaps we shall be able to borrow the other £8,000 on the same terms. According to his own scheme of a country life, he says he can live comfortably for £300 a year; but, as he has a son to educate, we will allow him £500. Then there will be an accumulating fund of £700 a year, principal and interest, to pay off the encumbrance; and I think we may modestly add £300 on the presumption of new leasing and improving the vacant farms; so that in a couple of years I suppose there will be above £1,000 a year appropriated to liquidate a debt of £16,000. We forthwith began to class and set apart the articles designed for sale, under the direction of an upholder from London; and that nobody in the house might be idle, commenced our reformation without doors as well as within. With Baynard's good leave, I ordered the gardener to turn the rivulet into its old channel, to refresh the fainting naiads, who had so long languished among mouldering roots, withered leaves, and dry pebbles. The shrubbery is condemned to extirpation, and the pleasure ground will be restored to its original use of cornfield and pasture. Orders are given for rebuilding the walls of the garden at the back of the house, and for planting clumps of firs, intermingled with beech and chestnut, at the east end, which is now quite exposed to the surly blasts that come from that quarter. All these works being actually begun, and the house and auction left to the care and management of a reputable attorney, I brought Baynard along with me in the chaise, and made him acquainted with Dennison, whose goodness of heart would not fail to engage his esteem and affection. He is indeed charmed with our society in general, and declares that he never saw the theory of true pleasure reduced to practice before. I really believe it would not be an easy task to find such a number of individuals assembled under one roof more happy than we are at present. I must tell you, however, in confidence, I suspect Tabby of tergiversation. I have been so long accustomed to that original, that I know all the caprices of her heart, and can often perceive her designs while they are yet in embryo. She attached herself to Lismahago for no other reason, but that she despaired of making a more agreeable conquest. At present, if I am not much mistaken in my observation, she would gladly convert the widowhood of Baynard to her own advantage. Since he arrived, she has behaved very coldly to the captain, and strove to fasten on the other's heart with the hooks of overstrained civility. These must be the instinctive efforts of her constitution, rather than the effects of any deliberate design, for matters are carried to such a length with the lieutenant, that she could not retract with any regard to conscience or reputation. Besides, she will meet with nothing but indifference or aversion on the side of Baynard, who has too much sense to think of such a partner at any time, and too much delicacy to admit a thought of any such connection at the present juncture. Meanwhile, I have prevailed upon her to let him have £4,000 at 4 per cent. Towards paying off his mortgage. Young Dennison has agreed that Liddy's fortune shall be appropriated to the same purpose, on the same terms. His father will sell out £3,000 stock for his accommodation. Farmer Bland has, at the desire of Wilson, undertaken for £2,000, and I must make an effort to advance what further will be required to take my friend out of the hands of the Philistines. He is so pleased with the improvements made on his estate, which is all cultivated like a garden, that he has entered himself as a pupil in farming to Mr. Dennison, and resolved to attach himself wholly to the practice of husbandry. Every thing is now prepared for our double wedding. The marriage articles for both couples are drawn and executed, and the ceremony only waits until the parties shall have been resident in the parish the term prescribed by law. Young Dennison betrays some symptoms of impatience, but Lismahago bears this necessary delay with the temper of a philosopher. You must know, the captain does not stand altogether on the foundation of personal merit. Besides his half pay, amounting to £42 a year, this indefatigable economist has amassed £800, which he has secured in the funds. This sum arises partly from his pays running up while he remained among the Indians, partly from what he received as a consideration for the difference between his full appointment and the half pay to which he is now restricted, and partly from the profits of a little traffic he drove in peltry during his sacumship among the Miamis. Lydia's fears and perplexities have been much assuaged by the company of one Miss Willis, who had been her intimate companion at the boarding school. Her parents had been earnestly solicited to allow her making this friendly visit on such an extraordinary occasion, and 2 days ago she arrived with her mother, who did not choose that she should come without a proper gouvernante. The young lady is very sprightly, handsome, and agreeable, and the mother a mighty good sort of a woman, so that their coming adds considerably to our enjoyment. But we shall have a third couple yoked in the matrimonial chain. Mr Clinker Lloyd has made humble remonstrance through the canal of my nephew, setting forth the sincere love and affection mutually subsisting between him and Mrs Winifred Jenkins, and praying my consent to their coming together for life. I would have wished that Mr Clinker had kept out of this scrape, but as the nymph's happiness is at stake, and she has already some fits in the way of despondence, I, in order to prevent any tragical catastrophe, have given him leave to play the fool in imitation of his betters, and I suppose we shall in time have a whole litter of his progeny at Brambleton Hall. The fellow is stout and lusty, very sober and conscientious, and the wench seems to be as great an enthusiast in love as in religion. I wish you would think of employing him some other way, that the parish may not be overstocked. You know he has been bred a farrier, consequently belongs to the faculty, and as he is very docile, I make no doubt, but, with your good instruction, he may be, in a little time, qualified to act as a Welch apothecary. Tabby, who never did a favour with a good grace, has consented, with great reluctance, to this match. Perhaps it hurts her pride, as she now considers Clinker in the light of a relation, but I believe her objections are of a more selfish nature. She declares she cannot think of retaining the wife of Matthew Lloyd in the character of a servant, and she foresees that on such an occasion the woman will expect some gratification for her past services. As for Clinker, exclusive of other considerations, he is so trusty, brave, affectionate, and alert, and I owe him such personal obligations, that he merits more than all the indulgence that can possibly be shown him by Yours, Matt Bramble, October 26. End of Section 81.
To Sir Watkin Phillips, Baronet, at Oxford. The curtain is ready to drop, but the latter scenes of this act I shall recapitulate in order. About a fortnight ago, my uncle made an excursion across the country, and brought hither a particular friend, one Mr Baynard, who has just lost his wife, and was for some time disconsolate, though by all accounts he had much more cause for joy than for sorrow at this event. His countenance, however, clears up apace, and he appears to be a person of rare accomplishments. But we have received another still more agreeable reinforcement to our company by the arrival of Miss Willis from Gloucester. She was Liddy's bosom friend at the boarding school, and being earnestly solicited to assist at the nuptials, her mother was so obliging as to grant my sister's request, and even to come with her in person. Liddy, accompanied by George Dennison and me, gave them the meeting half way, and next day conducted them hither in safety. Miss Willis is a charming girl, and, in point of disposition, an agreeable contrast to my sister, who is rather too grave and sentimental for my turn of mind. The other is gay, frank, a little giddy, and always good-humoured. She has, moreover, a genteel fortune, is well born, and remarkably handsome. Ah, Phillips, if these qualities were permanent, if her humour would never change, nor her beauties decay, what efforts would I not make? But these are idle reflections. My destiny must one day be fulfilled. At present we pass the time as agreeably as we can. We have got up several farces, which afforded unspeakable entertainment by the effects they produce among the country people who are admitted to all our exhibitions. 2 nights ago, Jack Wilson acquired great applause in Harlequin Skeleton, and Lismahago surprised us all in the character of Pierrot. His long lank sides and strong marked features were all peculiarly adapted to his part. He appeared with a ludicrous stare from which he had discharged all meaning. He adopted the impressions of fear and amazement so naturally that many of the audience were infected by his looks. But when the skeleton held him in chase, his horror became most divertingly picturesque, and seemed to endow him with such preternatural agility as confounded all the spectators. It was a lively representation of death in pursuit of consumption, and had such an effect upon the commonalty that some of them shrieked aloud, and others ran out of the hall in the utmost consternation. This is not the only instance in which the lieutenant has lately excited our wonder. His temper, which had been soured and shrivelled by disappointment and chagrin, is now swelled out, and smoothed like a raisin in plum porridge. From being reserved and punctilious, he has become easy and obliging. He cracks jokes, laughs and banters with the most facetious familiarity, and, in a word, enters into all our schemes of merriment and pastime. The other day his baggage arrived in the waggon from London, contained in 2 large trunks and a long deal box, not unlike a coffin. The trunks were filled with his wardrobe, which he displayed for the entertainment of the company, and he freely owned that it consisted chiefly of the opima spolia taken in battle. What he selected for his wedding suit was a tarnished white cloth faced with blue velvet, embroidered with silver, but he valued himself most upon a tie periwig, in which he had made his first appearance as a lawyer, above 30 years ago. This machine has been in buckle ever since, and now all the servants in the family were employed to frizz it out for the occasion which was yesterday celebrated at the parish church. George Dennison and his bride were distinguished by nothing extraordinary in their apparel. His eyes lightened with eagerness and joy, and she trembled with coyness and confusion. My uncle gave her away, and her friend Willis supported her during the ceremony. But my aunt and her paramour took the pas, and formed, indeed, such a pair of originals as I believe all England could not parallel. She was dressed in the style of 1739, and the day being cold, put on a mantle of green velvet laced with gold, but this was taken off by the bridegroom, who threw over her shoulders a fur cloak of American sables, valued at 80 guineas, a present equally agreeable and unexpected. Thus accoutred, she was led up to the altar by Mr. Dennison, who did the office of her father. Lismahago advanced in the military step with his French coat reaching no farther than the middle of his thigh, his campaign wig that surpasses all description, and a languishing leer upon his countenance, in which there seemed to be something arch and ironical. The ring which she put upon her finger he had concealed till the moment it was used. He now produced it with an air of self-complacency. It was a curious antique, set with rose diamonds. He told us afterwards it had been in the family 200 years, and was a present from his grandmother. These circumstances agreeably flattered the pride of our Aunt Tabitha, which had already found uncommon gratification in the captain's generosity, for he had in the morning presented my uncle with a fine bear's skin and a Spanish fowling piece, and me with a case of pistols, curiously mounted with silver. At the same time he gave Mistress Jenkins an Indian purse made of silk grass, containing 20 crown pieces. You must know, this young lady, with the assistance of Mr. Lloyd, formed the third couple who yesterday sacrificed to Hymen. I wrote to you in my last that he had recourse to my mediation, which I employed successfully with my uncle. But Mistress Tabitha held out till the lovesick Jenkins had 2 fits of the mother. Then she relented, and those 2 cooing turtles were caged for life. Our aunt made an effort of generosity in furnishing the bride with her superfluities of clothes and linen, and her example was followed by my sister. Nor did Mr. Bramble and I neglect her on this occasion. It was indeed a day of peace-offering. Mr. Dennison insisted upon Liddy's accepting 2 banknotes of £100 each as pocket money, and his lady gave her a diamond necklace of double that value. There was, besides, a mutual exchange of tokens among the individuals of the 2 families thus happily united. As George Dennison and his partner were judged improper objects of mirth, Jack Wilson had resolved to execute some jokes upon Lismahago, and after supper began to ply him with bumpers, when the ladies had retired. But the captain, perceiving his drift, begged for quarter, alleging that the adventure in which he had engaged was a very serious matter, and that it would be more the part of a good Christian to pray that he might be strengthened than to impede his endeavours to finish the adventure. He was spared accordingly, and permitted to ascend the nuptial couch with all his senses about him. There he and his consort sat in state, like Saturn and Cybele, while the benediction posset was drank; and a cake being broken over the head of Mrs. Tabitha Lismahago, the fragments were distributed among the bystanders, according to the custom of the ancient Britons, on the supposition that every person who ate of this hallowed cake should that night have a vision of the man or woman whom heaven designed should be his or her wedded mate. The weight of Wilson's waggery fell upon honest Humphry and his spouse, who were bedded in an upper room, with the usual ceremony of throwing the stocking. This being performed, and the company withdrawn, a sort of caterwauling ensued, when Jack found means to introduce a real cat shod with walnut shells, which, galloping across the boards, made such a dreadful noise as effectually discomposed our lovers. Winifred screamed aloud, and shrunk under the bedclothes. Mr. Lloyd, believing that Satan was come to buffet him in propria persona, laid aside all carnal thoughts, and began to pray aloud with great fervency. At length the poor animal, being more afraid than either, leapt into the bed, and meowled with the most piteous exclamation. Lloyd, thus informed of the nature of the annoyance, rose and set the door wide open, so that this troublesome visitant retreated with great expedition. Then, securing himself, by means of a double bolt, from a second intrusion, he was left to enjoy his good fortune without further disturbance. If one may judge from the looks of the parties, they are all very well satisfied with what has passed. George Dennison and his wife are too delicate to exhibit any strong marked signs of their mutual satisfaction, but their eyes are sufficiently expressive. Mrs. Tabitha Lismahago is rather fulsome in signifying her approbation of the captain's love, while his deportment is the very pink of gallantry. He sighs and ogles and languishes at this amiable object. He kisses her hand, mutters ejaculations of rapture, and sings tender airs, and no doubt laughs internally at her folly in believing him sincere. In order to show how little his vigour was impaired by the fatigues of the preceding day, he this morning danced a Highland saraband over a naked backsword, and leapt so high that I believe he would make no contemptible figure as a vaulter at Sadler's Wells. Mr. Matthew Lloyd, when asked how he relished his bargain, threw up his eyes, crying, "For what we have received, Lord, make us thankful. Amen." His helpmate giggles, and holds her hand before her eyes, affecting to be ashamed of having been in bed with a man. Thus all these widgeons enjoy the novelty of their situation; but perhaps their notes will be changed when they are better acquainted with the nature of the decoy. As Mrs. Willis cannot be persuaded to stay, and Liddy is engaged by promise to accompany her daughter back to Gloucester, I fancy there will be a general migration from hence, and that most of us will spend the Christmas holidays at Bath; in which case I shall certainly find an opportunity to beat up your quarters. By this time I suppose you are sick of Alma Mater, and even ready to execute that scheme of peregrination which was last year concerted between you and your affectionate J. Melford. November 8th. End of section 82.
To Dr. Lewis. Dear Doctor, my niece Liddy is now happily settled for life, and Captain Lismahago has taken Tabby off my hands, so that I have nothing further to do but to comfort my friend Baynard, and provide for my son Lloyd, who is also fairly joined to Mrs. Winifred Jenkins. You are an excellent genius at hints. Dr. Arbuthnot was but a type of Dr. Lewis in that respect. What you observe of the vestry clerk deserves consideration. I make no doubt but Matthew Lloyd is well enough qualified for the office, but at present you must find room for him in the house. His incorruptible honesty and indefatigable care will be serviceable in superintending the economy of my farm, though I don't mean that he shall interfere with Barnes, of whom I have no cause to complain. I am just returned with Baynard from a second trip to his house, where every thing is regulated to his satisfaction. He could not, however, review the apartments without tears and lamentation, so that he is not yet in a condition to be left alone. Therefore I will not part with him till the spring, when he intends to plunge into the avocations of husbandry, which will at once employ and amuse his attention. Charles Dennison has promised to stay with him a fortnight, to set him fairly afloat in his improvements; and Jack Wilson will see him from time to time. Besides, he has a few friends in the country, whom his new plan of life will not exclude from his society. In less than a year, I make no doubt but that he will find himself perfectly at ease, both in his mind and body, for the one had dangerously affected the other; and I shall enjoy the exquisite pleasure of seeing my friend rescued from misery and contempt. Mrs. Willis being determined to return with her daughter in a few days to Gloucester, our plan has undergone some alteration. Jerry has persuaded his brother-in-law to carry his wife to Bath, and I believe his parents will accompany him thither. For my part, I have no intention to take that route. It must be something very extraordinary that will induce me to revisit either Bath or London. My sister and her husband, Baynard, and I will take leave of them at Gloucester, and make the best of our way to Brambleton Hall, where I desire you will prepare a good chine and turkey for our Christmas dinner. You must also employ your medical skill in defending me from the attacks of the gout, that I may be in good case to receive the rest of our company, who promise to visit us in their return from the Bath. As I have laid in a considerable stock of health, it is to be hoped you will not have much trouble with me in the way of physic; but I intend to work you on the side of exercise. I have got an excellent fowling piece from Mr. Lismahago, who is a keen sportsman, and we shall take the heath in all weathers. That this scheme of life may be prosecuted the more effectually, I intend to renounce all sedentary amusements, particularly that of writing long letters; a resolution which, had I taken it sooner, might have saved you the trouble which you have lately taken in reading the tedious epistles of Mat Bramble, November 20. Section 83.
To Mrs. Gwyllim at Brambleton Hall. Good Mrs. Gwyllim, Heaven, for wise purposes, hath ordained that I should change my name and citation in life, so that I am not to be considered any more as manager of my brother's family. But as I cannot surrender up my stewardship till I have settled with you and Williams, I desire you will get your accounts ready for inspection, as we are coming home without further delay. My spouse, the captain, being subject to rheumatics, I beg you will take great care to have the blue chamber, up 2 pair of stairs, well warmed for his reception. Let the sashes be secured, the crevices stopped, the carpets laid, and the beds well touzled. Mrs. Lloyd, late Jenkins, being married to a relation of the family, cannot remain in the capacity of a servant. Therefore, I wish you would cast about for some creditable body to be with me in her room. If she can spin, and is mistress of plain work, so much the better. But she must not expect extravagant wages. Having a family of my own, I must be more œcumenical than ever. No more at present, but rests your loving friend, Tab. Lismahago, November 20th. Section 84.
The Expedition of Humphry Clinker by Tobias Smollett. Section 85. To Mrs. Mary Jones at Brambleton Hall. Mrs. Jones, Providence hath been pleased to make great halteration in the pasture of our affairs. We were yesterday 3 kipple chained, by the grace of God, in the holy bands of mattermoney, and I now subscribe myself Lloyd at your sarvice. All the parish allowed that young Squire Dallison and his bride was a comely pair for to see. As for Madame Lashtonahago, you knows her pickilarities. Her head, to be sure, was fantastical, and her spouse had wrapped her with a long 'Merican furs cloak, from the land of the selvages, though they say it is of immense vally. The captain himself had a huge hassock of air, with 3 tails, and a tum tawdry coat, boddered with sulphur. Juan said he was a monkey bank, and the old bottler swore he was the born image of Titidall. For my part, I says nothing, being as how the captain has done the handsome thing by me. Mr. Lloyd was dressed in a light frog, and checket with gold binding; and though he didn't enter in caparison with great folks of quality, yet he has got as good blood in his veins as arrow private squire in the county; and then his pursing is far from contentable. Your humble sarvant had on a plain pea green tabby sack, with my runella cap, ruff toupee, and side curls. They said, I was the very moral of Lady Rickmanstone, but not so pale. That may well be, for her ladyship is my elder by 7 good years and more. Now, Mrs. Mary, our satiety is to supperate. Mr. Milfart goes to Bath along with the Dallisons, and the rest of us push home to Wales, to pass our Christmarsh in Brambleton Hall. As our apartments is to be the Yellow Pepper, in the 3rd story, pray carry my things thither. Present my compliments to Mrs Gwyllim, and I hope she and I will live upon decent terms of civility. Being, by God's blessing, removed to a higher sphere, you'll excuse my being familiar with the lower sarvants of the family; but, as I trust you'll behave respectful, and keep a proper distance, you may always depend upon the goodwill and protection of Yours, W. Lloyd, November 20. End of Section 85. End of The Expedition of Humphry Clinker, by Tobias Smollett.